I may be a mad scientist, but getting to affiliate in less than 2.5 months. 2.5 months! That's truly nuts. That's absolutely nuts, if I may say so myself. Hello everyone. Hello there, Fish Meep. Hello there, Fish Meep. Hello, Jacko. Mal's nuts. Yes, we're all very nuts here. We're all very nuts here. I have evidence. I have evidence. I have evidence of how nuts people are. And I must be Prince of the Nuts. Prince of the Nutty People. That is me. That is me. This is absolutely nuts. It is nuts. How are we all doing this evening? How are we doing this evening? How's it going? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're all doing very well. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I had a good afternoon. I had a very good afternoon. I managed to, if you weren't there for it, trying to catch up on some work. Good stuff, good stuff. Hopefully it goes well. Hopefully you're not stuck. Hopefully you're not stuck doing work for too long. Hopefully you can enjoy yourself very, very soon. Hopefully so. Well, I had a nice chill afternoon. We'll be lurking mostly. That's okay. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If people are happy to lurk on me, if people are happy to lurk on my stream, more than good enough for me. More than good enough for me. I can have plenty of fun. I can talk to myself for hours, can and will, do it all the time. Streaming is optional when I do it. If you're wondering what I'm eating, I have some pomegranate here. I picked up some pomegranate earlier on, and it is very nice. I like all the little seeds. They're very good. They're very good. Things going well, Jacko? Went for a walk, did some gaming, now chilling with some beer. Well, that sounds like a very, very good day. Sounds like a very good day. I would have gone for a walk. But I had to cook. I ended up cooking some lasagna. I had some leftover bolognese sauce that I was able to stuff into a lasagna. It was very nice. You're on Scotch, Fish Meep? Well, funny you should say that. Funny you should say that, because, as it happens, I'm drinking tonight as well. Yes, it is drinking time. It is drinking Mal this evening. I think this is one of the first... actually, is this the first time that I've been on stream with some alcohol? Is this the first time? It feels like it might be the first time. If it's not, then it's been the first time in a long time. And as it happens, here we go, I'm also drinking some Scotch. I'm drinking some Isle of Jura single malt Scotch whisky, aged 10 years. And I do like it. I can smell it. I've not had any yet, actually. I've literally just opened the bottle. Maybe you heard it. Maybe you heard it opening. I'm taking a little sniff of it now, and it's quite nice. Oh, I like this. I like this. Yeah, no, this was bought especially for this stream. Especially for this stream. We are celebrating. I mean, like, it's not the fanciest. It's not like the most expensive or the fanciest whiskey on the go. But it's lovely. Valentine's not too bad. Poor grad student. Ah, dear. Well, you make the most of it. No, I decided to go for a single malt. I have a bit of a thing for a single malt. Like, blended's alright. I like the occasional blended, but I like how distinct all the single malts are. Like a blended whiskey, it just smells the same. It just smells the same every time, and like a lot of people like that. To be fair, a lot of people do like blended whiskies because they're a consistent flavour to them, which is fair enough. But I don't know, I this is me being pretentious, I don't even drink that much whiskey. But I fancy myself to be one who enjoys the character of the whiskey. That's what I fancy myself as. Yoshi! Yoshi, hello there! Hope things are going well for you. Welcome to the celebration stream. We are celebrating my reaching affiliate. And oh, does it feel good. It is time to celebrate, people. It is time to celebrate. What's my favourite drink? My absolute favourite drink? Let's see. I'd say that my go-to when it comes to beer would be Hobgoblin Ruby Ale. The original Hobgoblin. Got a bit of a reputation around it. It's very popular among kind of hard rock, metal, that kind of almost like biker kind of feel to them almost. That kind of crowd, kind of more middle-aged. It's a very strong beer, but it's a lovely beer. Hobgoblin beer. It's really nice. I do like that. I'm also fond of rum. I'm also very fond of rum. Captain Morgan's Spiced Gold is my go-to for rum. I do like my Spiced Gold. Spiced Gold and some apple juice, or failing that, some orange juice. It is a very, very nice combo. Ciders. You've never heard of that beer. It's definitely a British beer. It is a distinctly British beer. It's not like a microbrew or anything. Like, it's fairly well known and well distributed in the UK. But yeah, I don't know if it's one that they export very much. I don't think it's a very commonly exported beer. Spice rum with apple juice. It's very nice. It's very, very nice. Like, a lot of people have said to me that the rum on its own is very sweet. But, like, it does have some sweetness to it, but I don't think it's, like, insanely sweet. Like, definitely not to the point where adding apple juice makes it too sweet, which I heard about a lot of people. Ciders. I do like cider. I do like cider. My favourites are, if I can get it, I'll get Rekorderlig, which I think is a Swedish cider. I'm not sure, actually, is it Swedish or is it Danish? I don't remember. I think it's Swedish. Ah, it's Swedish. It is Swedish. Rekorderlig. I really like Rekorderlig. Cider is really good. Cider is really good. But yeah, I think it's yeah, it's definitely Swedish, but Rekorderlig I really like. If I can't get Rekorderlig, because not everywhere takes it, I will take, oh, what's it called again? Kopparberg. Kopparberg. Another Swedish cider, but is also very nice. A lot more commonly found as well, like most average pubs will carry Kopparberg. So it's quite reliable to come across. I do quite like it. I'm not a fan majorly. You're a Bulmers normie. I don't mind a Bulmers on occasion. I'm not the biggest fan in the world when it comes to like when it comes to apple ciders. Apple cider a bit less. I like apple cider a bit less than I do like pear. I don't mind, but fruit ciders I definitely do like. But that's enough said about lesser forms of alcohol. Bulmers pear's quite nice. I've never had Bulmers pear, actually. I should give it a try sometime. Next time I see it, I'll give it a try. But yeah, let's give this Isle of Jura single malt Scotch whisky a little sniff, shall we? Oh, it does smell really nice. It does really smell quite nice. It's kind of a smoky, peaty kind. I know a lot of people don't like peat. A lot of people aren't very fond of peat in the whiskey, but no, I do like it. I do like it. What about a relaxing drink? Now the thing is, I don't usually drink alcohol to relax. I would say I tend to... I don't know, actually. Alcohol, I don't really drink alcohol to relax. Usually I'll drink it on the odd occasion if I'm winding down, or if I'm just spending time chilling at home, or if I'm out with friends, usually. But it's quite rare that I'll actually have a drink in the house, kind of thing, just for myself. When I do, it's usually... Sometimes it's some rum, sometimes it's not whiskey actually. Sometimes it's rum, sometimes it is beer. I'd probably say I usually go for the beer more often. I probably more often than not I'll go for the what's it called again? Hobgoblin. Yes. Hobgoblin I tend to go for, I would say. But yeah, I do... Oh, I do like Heineken. Heineken beer is very nice as well. It's very different. It's basically it's much more of a lighter beer. Like, it tastes quite light. Whereas the Hobgoblin beer is very, very strong. It's a very strong tasting beer. I like drinking it at room temperature. It's really nice. It took a bit of effort to get into, but it's really nice. Heineken is pretty tame. It is quite tame. It is quite tame, but I'm fond of it. It's more tame than a lot of, you know, kind of lighter beers, which I think I like. I think I like either my beer very, very strong or quite light. I've also had a good number of German beers, but I don't know all of them off the top of my head. German beers are just lovely. Like, when I've been to German places over here, or when I've been to Germany as well, I have some of their beer and I could drink it like water. It's so smooth, it's so delicious. They really know how to make good beer. They really, really do. It's kind of their whole thing. There's a craft beer store down the street from you. Ooh, very lucky. And you go there and try some. Oh, that sounds really good. As I said, I don't usually drink much alcohol. Like, I don't drink much beer. So it's quite rare that I will end up trying, like, new ones. When I do go out, I will usually go, oh, I've never tried this before, let's try some. But I do that very infrequently, and coronavirus has not helped. Has not helped in the matter at all. But yes. Let's do this. Okay, so, is anyone here, is anyone drinking with me? Is anyone having some drinks with me this evening? I think, Fishmeat, you said you were. Fishmeat. And Jacko as well. Yes. Okay, we've got a couple of drinks. Here. So if you don't mind, I would like to propose a little toast. I would like to propose a toast. A couple of things I would like to propose a toast to, actually. To Yoshi. Oh, are you drinking, or do you want a toast proposed to you? You know what? Toast to Yoshi. Cheers, Yoshi. Thank you for coming by. Cheers. No, okay. In all seriousness, cheers to every one of you. Cheers to every one of you who has come to join me this evening. Cheers to everyone. Cheers for all of your support. Cheers for spending some time with the absolute nutcake that I am. And yeah, cheers to the future as well, because we've got a long way to go. Cheers. Oh, that's very nice. Nutcake. Nutcake. You know what? Maybe I will get a nutty cake at some point. Maybe I will get a nutty cake. Oh, by the way, that is a very nice whiskey, actually. Like, it's not like the smoothest whiskey I've ever had the pleasure of taking, but it feels like a good whiskey. Like, the very smoothest whiskey I've ever tried was Hibiki Harmony. It was a Japanese whiskey, as it happens, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Bloody expensive. It was like, oh, what was it actually? It was like 70 TVPG. Hello there, TVPG. Thanks for dropping by. You've not missed much. You've not missed much yet. Although I did just make a toast. But yeah, my absolute... The whiskey that I've had, it was Hibiki Harmony. And it was the smoothest whiskey I've ever had. I've never had a whiskey that is so smooth in my entire life. I've never had one so smooth. I didn't think I was drinking whiskey when I drank it. The problem is it's like £70 a bottle, which is quite expensive. But it is absolutely lovely. I'm gonna have to try and get my hands on some more because it's been a while. It has been a while. So yeah, we'll see if we can get some more. Maybe sometime. Maybe we'll enjoy it on the channel. Who knows? But first we have this one to enjoy. So, okay, we are one in. And we've got several to go. I've only been on for, what, like 15 minutes? Something like that? We've got some ways to go yet. Now let's see. You're drinking. Cheers to everyone and to you, Malcolm Belt. Thank you very much, Yoshi. Thank you very much. Your roommate has a bottle of Glenfarclas, and you're just like, how? Ooh, Glenfarclas. I've never had a Glenfarclas. What, £1,000 a bottle? No wonder I've never had one before. That is insane. You know what? Some people just like their expensive alcohol, you know? Here's me. This one wasn't that expensive. This was what, like £25 or something like that? Absolutely crazy. Like, mine is literally 1/40th the cost of that bottle. It's crazy. Have I ever played a Yakuza game? I have not. I have not played a Yakuza game. But you know what? It is on Games Pass, and well, I've recently finished up quite a lot of games that I have on my to play list. Oh, this is actually quite good. Yeah, no, I think I'll have a word with some of the veterans of the game. I know some of the Amberglow members have all played Yakuza. I think it's a bit debated whether, I don't know, whether it's like one of the really good games to play on stream kind of thing. Maybe it would work in a kind of a different format for me. I have been thinking of experimenting, of branching out into new kinds of content. But yeah, I'll have a word with some people who've played it already, and I will see if it's something that I want to dip my toe into, because it very much could be. Very much could be, but no, I have not played it. But this actually does take me in a very, very interesting and appropriate direction. Because today, if you didn't happen to be around for it, on my YouTube channel, I ended up finishing off Amnesia: The Dark Descent today, which I had a lot of fun playing. You know what? While I'm chatting, let's just get another little drink at the ready. I'm not going to go overboard today, okay? I'm not Jura, I'm Siulan. I definitely do not have my experience holding my drink the way that those two do. Those crazy, crazy girls. No, sir. However, I will very happily be taking several sips as the evening goes on. And maybe we'll unveil some drinking game as things go on, eh? Maybe we'll do a little drinking game as things go on. I have a bit of a plan in that regard. We'll maybe be doing some drinks. All I'm going to say now, is if you haven't already followed me, tonight may be the night to start following me, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Read between the lines. Listen to what I'm not saying. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Consider following me. And maybe there will be some fun. Maybe there will be some more fun. But yeah, in the meanwhile, I'm waiting on some information. I'm waiting on some information from Boss Raccoon. I'm waiting for some information before I can share some information with all of you. Because I've been dropping some hints. Kind of recently. There's stuff going on in the background. There's some things moving in directions. I mean, okay, it's not something that's going to completely and utterly blow your mind. I mean, immediately. Fun, huh? Yes, exactly. You understand me, Fish Meep. You understand me, Fish Meep. But yeah, it's not something completely game-changing. It's not, it's that kind of thing. But there's stuff to be excited about, and I hope that you would be excited about. But I want confirmation before I can share. I don't want to give the game away too early, you see. Although really, we're talking like a couple of days for some of the information, and maybe a couple of weeks for the rest, so I don't know. We'll see what I can share. But I drink. Tonight I drink, and I know things. Call me Tyrion Lannister. But yeah, while we're warming up tonight, while we're warming up here, while we're getting started this evening, you do know, well, I'm quite sure at this stage, you all know what I'm kind of famous for. Or, what you guys have decided is associated with me. Like I say at the start of every stream, what is it? Don't let me down, guys. I know some of you have watched more than enough of my streams. You know what's going on here. What is associated with me? What am I associated with? Mal-branded nuts. Well, yes, as it happens, nuts are a thing. This is not one of the announcements. Lexi, hello there. Thank you for joining us. Cheers to you. But yes, nuts. And I would like you to take a look at your calendar, whether on your window, taking L's, Chelsea, behave yourself. This isn't Twitter. We behave ourselves on stream. This isn't Twitter. But yes, I'm associated with nuts, and I would like you all to take a moment to have a look at your calendars. We always behave ourselves on stream. Also, hello Doranex. Hello Doranex. I know it's a crazy, crazy time of the evening for you. Crazy times of night. But good to see you. Take it easy. Making new rules. Shush. Shush. But yeah, take a look at your calendars. Sealand sponsored. Sealand's raiding? Or is she just sending people my way? What's going on? What happened? I didn't get no alert. What's going on? Oh, she sent us your way. I appreciate it, Sealand. I appreciate it. Yeah, I thought she wasn't. Oh, she was streaming on YouTube. Ah, I'm with you. You didn't beat the boss? Oh dear. Oh, that's a shame. You and Dornex came from the same stream. Wonder where everyone is. It's fine. Not everyone will have came over all at the same time. Some people will come in dribs and drabs, I am sure. But yes, we're having some fun. Have you all looked at your calendars yet? Can you tell me what month it is right now? Can you tell me what the month is? This is important. This is important for several reasons. One of which I'll get to just now. One of which I'll get to in a few minutes. Tell me what month it is. The month of the Skellington War. Fishmeep is here. I know, I've seen you, Fishmeep. I know you're here. This is indeed Spooktober. This is Spooktober, and this is important for two reasons. One of them is relevant to this very moment. Because it's Spooktober, we're going to be doing some spooky, scary stories. I think we're going to be telling some spooky, scary stories of several different kinds. I have some planned. I have a page of plans of things that I want to hit this evening. So I hope you look forward to them. But, what's the special thing that's going to be happening after October? What's going to be happening after October? We've got October and all of the spooky stuff going on in October and Spooktober. What follows? What follows? Thanksgiving. That is a thing that happens. Thanksgiving is indeed a thing that happens after October. I'm not necessarily talking about a specific day though. There we are, that's it. Black Friday, oh god, don't give me flashbacks. New games is always new games. Fishmeep, you've got it. Fishmeep, you've got it. Also, hello, I am not that insane. The October Revolution. Yes, that also happened after October as well. All Souls Saints Day. Yes, that is November 1st, isn't it? It is, yeah. I think it is. But no, Fishmeep has it. It's November. And what is famous for occurring in November? Fishmeep got close enough anyway. Yes, yes. November is No Nut November. Indeed, it is No Nut November. And you would think, being me, that means that I shouldn't be streaming at all, because clearly I am nuts. And all you guys are nuts. And none of you are allowed. Because it's No Nut November. You have cashews with you. You do feel. I have a strong urge to throw something at you right now, Dornex. I would actually... See, if I could right now, I'm eating some fruit pastels. I am throwing one at you through the internet. I hope it hits you in the forehead. But yeah, No Nut November. Sanity streams only for November. It is all insanity. It is all insanity. Your nuts will not protect you, Dornex. Your nuts will not protect you. No, they won't. No, they won't. Your nuts can do nothing for you. Nothing for you at all. You have no protection. You have no power here. Because it is No Nut November. This is serious business, people. This is serious business. This is serious. So yeah, we are going to be observing. We are going to be observing No Nut November. In November. We're going to be observing No Nut November. And we're going to be doing this in a very, 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 very special way. I have some content planned for No Nut November. Oh, I have some content. I have some content planned for No Nut November. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Mal's going to be observing nuts. I can actually say right now, I will not be observing nuts. This is not what's going to be happening. No, there will be no nuts. There will be no nuts at all. Okay, you understand me? There's going to be no nuts. There's going to be absolutely, understand me, there's going to be absolutely no nuts in November. Not one. Not a single one. Not a single nut. Not for you, not for me, not for anyone. No one gets any nuts. No one sees any nuts. No one has any nuts. Not a single nut. Not a one. Not a 1. We will get our protein from other sources. But do you know what we're gonna do? Do you know what we're actually... Do you know actually what we're going to do? I have a plan. I had this little idea playing in the back of my head as something that I would like to do. Are nuts strictly legumes and do soybeans count? Soybeans do not count as nuts. But peanuts do. No. I have a plan. I have a plan. Because something you may not have heard about me. Peanuts are not nuts. They're not nuts, but people can be allergic to them. And they're called nuts. So they're called nuts. They're nuts. Coconut. Yep, coconut is right out. Don't even get me started on that crap. No. You know what we're doing? You know what we're doing for No Nut November? Do you know what we are doing for No Nut November? We're playing a visual novel. We're playing a visual novel. And there's gonna be no nuts. Not a single nut. Not a single nut to be seen, or had, or eaten, or anything. No, not a single one. No. We're just gonna play the visual novel. We're gonna have a good time, and we're gonna enjoy No Nut November. Okay? Okay? We all on board? We all on the same page here? We all on the same page? I have high expectations of you. Do not let me down. I have very high expectations. Nut-free visual novels, indeed. No nut novels. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, we are going to be playing some visual novels during November. We're going to be playing some romantic visual novels in No Nut November. And it's going to be an experience. It's not a game that I've played before. It's not a game that I've played before, but it looks like a lot of fun. It looks like a lot of fun. I'm looking at some of the screenshots from it right now, and this is gonna be this is gonna be fun. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun. This is gonna be good. Please let it be the KFC visual. No. You guys aren't listening. I'm not gonna be playing Dream Daddy. I'm not going to be playing I Love You, Colonel Sanders. Far from it. Far from it, because you know why? Do you know why? Because those games contain nuts. And this is No Nut November. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? I don't think you understand me at all. No, I don't think you do. I don't think you understand me at all. I'm disappointed. I had such high hopes. Such high hopes. Such high hopes for you all. But no. Nekopara. It is not going to be Nekopara. But it's a good guess. It's a good guess, actually. But no, we're not playing Nekopara. We are not playing Hunipop. No. Please get her to join Amber Glow. We're gonna get to see Mal date a cat girl. No. No. We are not going to play Nekopara. I've been encouraged to play Nekopara. I have. I've been encouraged to play it. But I won't. No, we're not playing Nekopara. I want to zoom in a bit. I want to adjust how much space I'm taking up. Hold on. Big Mal. There we go. There we go. Now we're fitting the screen. Fantastic. Fantastic. You can see me in all my handsome glory. I'd say Steins Gate, but that'd be too obvious. Not Steins Gate, actually. Did I feel like I've tried Steins Gate at some point. I might have borrowed it or something. Like if a friend had it or something, I forget. But no, not Steins Gate. It is definitely going to be a romantic visual novel with an emphasis on the romance side of things. It's not a game that I've played before, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm not going to spoil it just yet, but understand me. There are no nuts in this game. There are no nuts in this game. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. Koniko! Hello, hello. Hello, hello, Koniko. How are things going with you? Hatoful Karashi. No, we are not playing Hatoful Karashi because, again, that game contains nuts. Doki Doki Literature Club. I have actually played. I love Doki Doki Literature Club. I really, really enjoy Doki Doki. I've not played the new version of it though, so I can't comment on any of the new content, rather. I can't comment on new content, but I love Doki Doki. Doki is great. Yuri's best girl? Yuri is a very good girl, but I am 100% on Monica. 100% Team Monica. Just Monica. Monica dake. Monica dake. You're doing great. Excited of what you have planned for Nona November. I'm glad to hear it. You missed my presentation. You missed my presentation. But yeah, no, we're doing visual novels. We're doing some visual novels. I saved some visual novels. We're at the very least doing a visual novel for November. We're doing one visual novel for November. Don't worry about it. It wasn't like the most choreographed thing in the world. Do not worry about it. But yeah, basically, I'm playing visual novels. I'm playing a visual novel in November. And it's going to be a new one for me. But it's one that I have no doubt I'm going to enjoy. It's similar to, from what I understand, the premise is very similar to a, it's very similar to a manga that I really, really enjoy right now. So yeah, it's going to be good. Okay. Fucking Chelsea, ruining the fun. Okay, I do need to say, all things considered, maybe there are some nuts in this game. Okay, maybe there are some nuts in this game. I had to remind myself. And girls can totally have nuts. Girls can nut all they want. The name of the manga? The name of the manga. I know I have good taste. I know I have good taste in Doki Doki girls. As long as I don't take the nuts, I'll be safe. I'll be completely fine, don't you worry. I'll be completely fine, don't you worry. No, the manga. Oh my god. Okay. I've actually forgotten just how close to the. Where's freaking Steam gone? Where's it gone? It's around here somewhere. There it is. Okay, let's have a look. I'm forgetting exactly how close to the manga the game is. I'm having a look at it just now. Okay. Okay, and just reading the description of the game, I'm just like, yes. Yes. Oh, concerning. Slightly concerned for myself. Very, very, very slightly. But yeah, no, I think I'm gonna enjoy this. Absolutely. Okay, it's not exactly the same as the premise of the manga that I was planning. Not a Fate visual novel. Definitely not a Fate visual novel. Definitely not Fate. Not Higurashi. No, these games have nuts in them and they're not romance focused. Right, I'm gonna read out the name of the novel. Not the novel, sorry. The name of the manga that I enjoy so much. Where is it? Let me just have a quick look. Please have updated, please have updated, please have updated. It hasn't updated. Boo! Boo, I say! Where is it? Where is it? There we are. It's one that I've mentioned before. Actually, that's not it. Wow, it's been a long time since it's updated. There it is. There it is. It's called... Okay, where is it? What's going on? Finishing Fate in a month? I couldn't finish Fate in a year if I tried. Seriously, I tried. I tried to play Fate. I was enjoying it, don't get me wrong. But I spent like 12 hours and I literally didn't get past what would have been episode 1 in the anime. It's a long game. Right. The manga. The manga. I absolutely freaking adore this manga. I am all over it. It's called Kami Eshi JK to OL Fujoshi. And I love it so much. I actually unironically adore this series. But it only updates once a month. Once a month. It's a month. Oh, damn it. Can I write it in chat? Yes. Kami Eshi JK to OL Fujoshi. It's a damn good series. It's a damn good... It is so freaking cute, okay? You don't understand. You don't understand how cute this series is. It is absolutely adorable. I love it to bits. It is so good. It is actually so good. Obviously, yes. Yes, Chelsea, it is a Yuri. It is a Yuri. Did you not catch that already? I was dropping enough hints. I was dropping enough hints that it was Yuri. Come on, where have you been? But yeah, no, it's a fantastic series. It's absolutely fantastic. Nothing on what visual novel. It's similar in some ways, but not all of them. It went over your head. I was making jokes about nuts, after all. There are no nuts in a Yuri series, okay? There are no nuts. Actually, well, sometimes there can be nuts. Sometimes there can be nuts. But it can often be a safe bet that there are no nuts in a Yuri series. I just took another little shot of whiskey. I'm in the mood for it. Only nutcases, am I right? Absolutely. They are absolutely nutcases. They... Oh. This manga, by the way, should you choose to read it, which I would highly recommend, to be honest. I would highly, highly recommend it. These times are the best times. I mean, what? Wait, what? I have no idea what you mean. Seriously, I don't know. But no, this series, there's this one scene where they're just absolutely geeking out about this BL show that they absolutely adore, and it is just so perfect. Like, okay, yeah, the joke is that they're both Fujoshi, but they like each other. And there's just this scene where they're just absolutely geeking... Actually, no, there's multiple scenes of them just geeking out about a series that they absolutely love. And it is absolutely adorable, it's hilarious, it's perfect, it's awkward, it's ridiculous, it is just absolutely fantastic. And believe it or not, like, 99% wholesome. Believe it or not. This is the visual novel. This is not the visual novel, this is not the original. It's similar to this. It's similar to this series. It's very similar to the series, but it is different. There's a couple of key differences in there, but it is quite similar. I know. Well, the problem is, this series has only been running for... Wait, hold on a sec. How many chapters have been out? How many chapters have we? We have 20 chapters, so it's been going on for less than 2 years. That's not enough story to put into a visual novel. sadly. Very, very sadly. But I would absolutely love if this was a visual novel. I would be all over this as a visual novel. But the thing is, there's not enough like melodrama and stuff going on to like pad it out to being a visual novel. It's actually quite simple. It's like simple and adorable and fluffy, and to be honest, I found it quite inspiring in several ways. Like, not in the, like, I mean, as far as my creativity is concerned, you wouldn't expect a series like this to necessarily have a lot to say about productivity, about what it means to be a performer, a personality, to be, you know, any degree of celebrity, to be involved in the creative process. You wouldn't necessarily expect a series like this to have that. You wouldn't expect that, but it really does. And I just adore it for that. I absolutely adore it for that. And I can't wait for the next chapter. Oh my god. Oh, stuff's gonna happen next chapter. Stuff's gonna happen next chapter. Things are moving at a fun pace. I like it. Oh, I can't wait. I honestly can't wait. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Now that I think about it, in recent times, I read a lot of wholesome Gyaru manga. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Well, as far as Gyaru manga are concerned, I don't know if they'd all classify as Gyaru manga. Let's see what else I've got here. Because I'm reading several manga these days, and some could fit into that category. There's Yancha Gal no Anjo-san, which is 111 chapters. It's like weekly. But yeah, studious guy ends up being kind of, you know, has a gal kind of coming on to him. It's a good series. It's a good series. Time for cultural exchange program. Cultural exchange. Jura, what a time for you to drop on in. Hello there. Hello, Jura. Thank you for the congratulations. Yep, finally got there. Finally got affiliate. And now I get to talk about my stuff. It's celebration time. It is celebration time. You may be interested to know, Jura, I am drinking. I have some single malt whiskey. I'm not going to drink the whole bottle because I'm not suicidal. And I don't have your abilities. But I'm enjoying it all the same. Thank you, Jura. Wuss. I'll accept that. This is not the day for it. But we may have a day sometime. And let's see, that was Hironimu. Thank you for the congratulations. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Dear me. But yes, we are just getting started, actually. We've been streaming, what, 45 minutes or something now? Something like that. I'm taking my hoodie off, cool down a little. Yeah, we're just getting started. I've got several things planned for today, and believe it or not everything involves talking about Yuri or gals. Hasn't been that long since I discovered you and some Amberglow members, but you guys are pretty chill, so I stayed. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that you've enjoyed your time with us. I'm really glad to hear it, and I hope you continue to. do. I, for my part, will definitely do my best to make sure that everyone still enjoys watching me and my stuff. Glad to hear it, for sure. Glad to hear it. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun tonight. I've spoken all about my favorite manga and stuff in the past. I have done. So I'm not gonna go into so much detail. But I do like Anjo-san. I like Nagatoro. Nagatoro's very good. Akutsu-san is also very cute. Uzaki-chan is good. They're all very similar to the kind of Gyaru manga that Dornex has mentioned before. Hope you don't mind me being a lurker most of the time, since I sometimes multitask while dropping by your stream. I say this to absolutely everyone. I take people who want to lurk to my stuff as the greatest of compliments. If people want to lurk in my if they want to lurk on my streams, that just tells me they like my stuff so much, even if they don't want to, or they're too busy to drop into the chat, then, you know, they enjoy my stuff. They want to be present. They want to hear what's going on. That is the biggest compliment to me. That is the biggest compliment to me. I'm not that insane as a consistent lurker. That's absolutely fine. You know what? See if you send me like one message saying, "Hi Mal, lurking," like that's more than I need to know. If I see there's a viewer counter and there's people there, that's good enough for me. If people are lurking, that's more than good enough. But if I hear it, I gotta say it. I gotta say it. I appreciate lurkers. You guys are actually the best. Of course, the people who are doing all the chatting and stuff, you guys are great to bounce off as well. Don't get me wrong. But no, I really appreciate lurkers, mostly because I'm a lurker myself. I lurk in a lot of chats. I'm not usually a very active chatter. I'm a lurker myself, so I appreciate all of you. I really do. And Akatsu-san, not Akatsu-san, Akutsu-san. Please go home, Akutsu-san. Although that might have been the one that you meant. That might have been the one that you meant. I will type a few words whenever you have some topics to say. Well, that's good. That's good. Good to keep interacting. In bigger or lesser ways. Dornax. Yes, no, Akutsu-san is very good. It's very cute. It's still... They're so close. They're so close you can taste it. They're so close. You can almost taste the relationship. Sakurai-san wants to be noticed. I don't think I know that one, actually. Let's have a little look. Sakurai-san wants to be noticed. I've noticed after a couple... Oh, that looks quite cute. That looks quite cute. You know what? I'm going to put that on my to-read list, okay? I'll probably read that later on. That's a good recommendation. I'll probably give that a read later on. That could be interesting. That could be very interesting. Thanks for the recommendation. But right, okay. So, I think that's enough chatting for a cultural exchange program, like I said. Exactly. But yeah, speaking of cultural exchange, I have some stuff that I want to talk about tonight. There's some things that I want to do, some stories I'd like to share. And I think, being Scottish, I can't not start with Robbie Burns. Robert Burns, most famous of Scots poets, whose works I absolutely adore. I hope you'll be willing to humour me as I share a couple of these little poems with you. I'm not going to do like all of them. I'm not going to sing the Banks o' Doon yet, but I will get around to it. I do like it. I really like Robert Burns' poetry. We kind of, in Scotland, like it's the thing that you do. There's like an annual... Well, we have Burns Night, of course. We have Burns Night. I think is it not the 25th of January is Burns Night in Scotland, where we celebrate Robert Burns' life, we recite his poetry, we eat haggis because that's the done thing, and we have generally a good time. But yeah, I think we're gonna be doing a little bit of Burns poetry, and what do I want to start off with? I think a very funny one. We'll go for kind of a funny one. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna go through this. Because he sings, he speaks in Scots. Like that's the kind of whole thing. He's a Scots poet. He speaks in Scots, and of course, a lot of these poems were actually written in like the late 18th century, kind of thing. So the English that's in the poems is very different from what we're used to, and it's Scots. Are you referring to Robert Burns' poems? I am referring to Robert Burns. And I love a lot of these poems. I'm going to share a couple of my favourite ones. That's some of my plan for this evening, and I hope you'll enjoy. I hope you humour me as I share some of them. And I think I want to start off with Holy Willie's Prayer. You don't read a lot of poems, but you don't mind hearing them. Okay, well, hopefully you'll enjoy these ones. I think what I'll do, you can let me know what works. I could maybe go one stanza and then actually explain what's been said, or maybe kind of read the whole thing and then go through it all again. I think I'll maybe do the former. Like, read one stanza and then read the next, and then explain anything that's in broad Scots so that you understand broadly what's going on, and then move on to the next one. We'll give that a try. We'll see how things go. We'll see how things work. So this is Holy Willie's Prayer. So basically, the story behind this one is basically, well, one of the things that Robert Burns is famous for. One of the things he's famous for, he was a fairly religious man, as you know, people often were back in the day. He was pretty religious, but what really rankled him was when you had a priest or a minister who would end up being just a complete hypocrite between what he preaches and what actually happens, what he actually does. So this is him poking fun at that kind of a priest. Sulan, hello! Hello, I hear you sent a lot of people my way. I appreciate it. Hello, Sulan. Sulan, you know you don't have to do that. Sulan. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sulan. I do appreciate it. But yeah, do you want to stick around? I'm just about to start reciting some poetry. We're doing some Burns. We're doing Burns poetry. But yeah. So this is Burns' poem written about, yeah, a hypocritical priest. A hypocritical priest. Okay, let's go. O thou that in the heavens does dwell, wha, as it pleases best thysel, sends one to heaven and 10 to hell for all thy glory, and no for ony good or ill they've done before thee. So he's addressing God here. O you that in the heavens does dwell, who as it pleases best yourself, sends 1 to heaven and 10 to hell for all your glory, and not for any good or ill that they have done before you. So yeah, he's basically, God, you are so powerful, basically. I bless and praise thy matchless might, when thousands thou hast left in night, that I am here before thy sight for gifts and grace, a burning and a shining light to all this place. So yeah, basically, more praise God. What was I, or my generation, that I should get sick exaltation? I, wha deserved most just damnation for broken laws. 6,000 years ere my creation through Adam's cause. Yeah, how's it going, you addict? You were playing some Dark Souls. I hear didn't go too well. Okay, I think I'm gonna focus on the poem because I'm actually enjoying this. Okay. From when from my mother's womb I fell, thou might hae plunged me deep in hell, to gnash my gums and weep and wail in burning lakes, where damned devils roar and yell, chained to their stakes. Yet I am here, a chosen sample, to show thy grace is great and ample. I'm here a pillar o' thy temple, strong as a rock, a guide, a buckler, and example to all thy flock. But yet, O Lord, confess I must, at times I'm fashed with fleshy lust, and sometimes too in worldly trust, vile self gets in. But thou remembers, we are dust, defiled with sin. O Lord, yestereen, thou kens, we meg, thy pardon I sincerely beg. O may it never be a living plague to my dishonour, and I'll ne'er lift a lawless leg again upon her. Besides, I further maun avow, wi' Leslie's lass, 3 times I trow. But Lord, that Friday I was foul when I came near her, or else thou kens thy servant true would never steer her. Maybe thou let'st this fleshy thorn befit thy servant e'en and morn, lest he our proud and high should turn, that he's sae gifted. If sae, thy horn mun e'en be borne until thou lift it. Lord, bless thy chosen in this place, for here thou has a chosen race. But God confound their stubborn face, and blast their name, what brings thy elders to disgrace and open shame. Lord, mind gone Hamilton's deserts, he drinks and swears and plays at cartes, yet has sae mony talking ears, wi' great and small. Frae God's ain priest that people's hearts he steals awa'. And when we chastened him therefore, thou kens how he bred sick a splore, and set the world in a roar o' laughing at us. Curse thou his basket and his store, kale and potatoes. Lord, hear my earnest cry and prayer against that presbytery o' air. Thy strong right hand, Lord, make it bear upon their heads. Lord, visit them and dinna spare for their misdeeds. O Lord, my God, that glib-tongued Aitken, my very heart and flesh are quaking to think how we stood sweating, shaking and pished wi' dread, while he, wi' hanging lip and snaking, held up his head. Lord, in thy day o' vengeance try him. Lord, visit them wha did employ him, and pass not in thy mercy by them, nor hear their prayer. But for thy people's sake, destroy them, and dinna spare. But Lord, remember me and mine, wi' mercies temporal and divine, that I for grace and gear may shine, excelled by name, and all the glory shall be thine. Amen. Amen. I love this one. I love this one. There's so much energy in it. So yeah, to go through it quickly all again, he goes on praising God about how good and powerful he is. He goes on about how great and good and powerful God is, and then pats himself on the back. He says that he is a burning and a shining light to all of his place. How good this priest is, how great he is. Why should he be so exalted? He's a sinner like everyone else. He might have been plunged into hell, but God gave him mercy, and he is a great example to his people. But then he talks about how he's fashed with fleshy lust, and how he's been with, let's see, Meg. He dishonoured her, but he goes apologising to God. He goes apologising to God for his sins, but not for the sin that he did on her. No. He apologises for his own dishonour. He apologises because he was drunk. And if he hadn't been drunk, then of course he wouldn't have ended up leading someone astray. And surely this is a punishment by God. Or rather, not a punishment by God that he should be so tempted. No. This is keeping him humble. This keeps him humble. This keeps him humble because he's so great. And he says, yeah, keep it up. I like being made humbled, he says. And then immediately turns around and says, yeah, that one person who showed me up in the pub, yeah, curse him, my God. Curse the presbytery of Ayr as well. They've been doing misdeeds. They embarrassed me in public. Destroy them and do not spare them. But there's actually an epitaph to this little poem. There's an epitaph to this poem that was written after the fact. Not written by Wally himself. Written on his tombstone, as it would be. Here Holy Willy's sair-worn clay takes up its last abode. His soul has ta'en some other way, I fear the left-hand road. Stop! There he is, as sure's a gun. Poor silly body, see him. Nae wonder he's as black's the grun. Observe who's standing wi' him. Your brimstone devilship, I see, has got him there before ye. But hold your nine-tailed cat away, till once you've heard my story. Your pity I will not implore, for pity you have nane. Justice, alas, has gane him o'er, and mercy's day is gain. But hear me, sir, deal as ye are, look something to your credit. A cuff like him would stain your name, if it were kent ye did it. So yeah, he got sent to hell and is standing before the devil himself. And whoever has written this epitaph is begging for mercy on Willy's behalf. Because giving this person justice would stain the devil's bad name. It would stain the devil's bad name to mete out justice. I love it so much. I love it. It's so much fun, this one. Should you be up for stupid stuff, look into your Twitter DMs. My Twitter DMs. What's going on in my Twitter DMs? Who's DM'd me? Conico has sent a video. Did a thing with audio from your stream. Visuals are non-safe for work. Audio is fine. Oh dear. What have you done to me? Conico. Conico, what have you done? Okay, I'm gonna have to listen to this. Oh dear. Yeah, this is Yabe. Oh, you bastard. You actual bastard. I can't see what it says. What the hell? What have you done? Oh dear. No. Oh my god! Conico, you bastard! You know what? You're gonna end up sharing it anyway. You might as well. The lack of context makes it better. The lack of context makes it better. Why are you not VIP? Because I can't add you yet, Jura. Hold on, Jura. Hold on. Hold on, Jura. I'll add you as VIP. Bear with me. Bear with me. How do I do this? Moderation, content, view rewards? No. How do I do that again? Roles manager, there we are. There we are. Yeah, okay, so you can totally share it. Make you mod. All the Amber Glow members can get it if they want it. All of you can. All of you can have VIP. The audio was used from a clip already. That was a clip already? There's a clip already? No. No, no one gets mod. The only mod I trust is Seribot. It's the only mod I trust. Right, let's see. Add new. Jura. Add role. VIP. Save. There we go. There we go. Also, what's this about that being used as well? That got clipped? Of all the things to get clipped, it's me freaking out about getting a door to work properly. You sold it to Chelsea yesterday. Chelsea hasn't seen it yet. Get it up there. Get it up there. Yeah, there you go, Chelsea. There you go, Shura. There you go. Oh dear me. Okay, this was a thing. Can you send me a copy of it as well? I've seen it. I'm saving it for break. Okay. Yeah, Koniko. Try and send me a copy of it somewhere. Like, upload it to somewhere that I can see it, like YouTube or something. Even if it has to be, you know, people are gonna see it. People are gonna see it. I want to be able to share this with people because it's crazy. It's so damn funny. I'm here for this. I'm here for this. This was ridiculous. That's what you do. The safer wait, there's a safer work version? Oh, I didn't know that was the one that you got sent, Chelsea. Both versions, Conical, both versions. The non-safer work version has to be seen by a select group of people. It needs to be seen by a select group of people. You'll probably share it around the Discord or something like that. That's probably gonna happen. Yeah, Chelsea's definitely too young. So's Sulan. They're definitely too young for this. They're definitely too young for this. Do not share this with them. Do not share this with them. No, I don't think. No. You guys, maybe we'll see. We'll see. Maybe, you know, if you can be mature. Oh dear me. I am done. I am done. That was fantastic. Wow, that was crazy. That was crazy. I see you people. I just noticed that you guys are over in voice chat. I just noticed you lots are in there. Right, let's see. Mal, if you don't share, I'm putting out, like, all the L's I made you take. Yeah, I'd like to see you. Go for it. Go for it. Do it. Do it, you wimp. It'll just make you look bad. I have screenshots of my own. Chelsea. Remember the time that you murdered my cat by drowning it? I have screenshots of you threatening my new cat. So yeah, you're gonna have to not. You're gonna have to not do that. Otherwise, I will be able to verify that you've been threatening me. Yes, you did. I have a screenshot. Yep. You threatened. Chelsea drowned my cat. If you threaten and I give back. Wait, what? And then you're like, oh, Chelsea, wow. Oh dear. I didn't threaten anything. All I said was you can't see the non-safe for work version of this. Which is, I have to say, Conico, this is one of the funniest things I've seen for a while. I kind of don't remember the last time I laughed quite that much. It's been a bit of a while. So I appreciate it like you have no idea. I love seeing clips. I love seeing clips of myself, especially taken out of context. They're so funny. Oh man, that was great. I'm here for this. You know what? Celebration. Let's have another drink, shall we? Yum. Woo. Tickled my nose for a second there. Right, shall we do another little poem? Let's do another much beloved one of mine. What am I having? I am having some Ale of Jura. Single malt Scotch whisky. And it is absolutely delicious. And I slightly got a whiskey stain on my book. Fantastic. Amberglow is 13 plus now, not 18 plus. It is. That's why I'm not showing the video on the stream. That's why I'm not showing the video. You guys are going to end up circulating it yourselves. Koniko, you've done too well. That's closer to a double than a single measure, but here we are. But yeah, I will enjoy the video myself. Not in any funny sense. It's literally just a hilarious video. Literally just a hilarious video. It's literally just a hilarious video. But yes, it is not safe for work. But yeah, we'll do another poem. And this is a much beloved one. This is one of the best poems from Burns, I think. It's absolutely gorgeous. So it's called To a Mouse. As in, you know, small, big ears, likes cheese, that one. On turning her up in her nest with the plough. November 1785. So this has been a goodly long time since this was written. To a Mouse. And it's a lovely one. We'll enjoy it, okay? We're gonna go for this one. I'm gonna turn down my BGM for this. I meant to for the last one. Okay. Wee sleekit cowering timorous beastie, oh what a panic's in thy breastie. Thou needna start awa sae hasty, wi bicker and brattle. I would be laith to run and chase thee, wi murder and pattle. I'm truly sorry man's dominion has broken nature's social union, and justifies that ill opinion which makes thee startle at me, thy poor earth-born companion and fellow mortal. I doubt na whiles, but thou my thieve. What then? Poor beastie, thou maun live. A daemon icker and a thrave's a sma' request. I'll get a blessing with the leave, and never miss it. Thy wee bit housey too, in ruin. Its silly was the winds are strewing, and naething new to big a new one o' Foggage Green, and bleak December's winds ensuing, baith snell and keen. Thou saw the fields laid bare and waste, and weary winter coming faced, and cosy here beneath the blast thou thought to dwell, till crash the cruel coulter passed out through thy cell. That wee bit heap o' leaves and stibble has cost thee mony a weary nibble. Now thou's turned out for all thy trouble, but house or hold, to thole the winter's sleety dribble, and Cranrach called. But Mousie, thou art no thy lane, in proving foresight may be vain. The best laid schemes o' mice and men gang after gley, and leave us naught but grief and pain for promised joy. Still thou art blessed compared wi' me, the present only toucheth thee, but och, I backward cast my ee on prospects drear, and forward, though I canna see, I guess and fear. It's a nice one. It's a nice one. I mean, it's a bit of a sad one, the poor mouse. The poor mouse. But it's a nice one. It is a nice one. Some scary guy. Thank you for dropping by. The less said about that or otherwise not. The less said about that or otherwise not, the better. Japanese, Scottish. Well, I'm Scottish first and foremost. I make absolutely no claim to being Japanese. Absolutely no claim. I'm Scottish. That's what we're doing here. We're having some Scottish times. Hope you're here to enjoy, actually. Let's see. Is this the one that summons? We're going to have a bit of a spooky one next, I think. We're going to do some spooky. We're doing some Spooky-tober. Japanese, Scottish. Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, that one was basically... Actually, where's it gone? Where's it gone? There we go. 131? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, scares the mouse. Turns up the nest. Laments that human nature causes him to disrupt nature's social union, as he says. Natural life. Pities the mouse for having to steal grain from him, and that he wouldn't really mind like just a little bit of grain. He wouldn't mind the odd one. He wouldn't miss them. And there's no way the poor little mouse is going to be able to build a new home before winter comes along. And then the oft-quoted lines, actually. The best laid schemes o' mice and men gang after gley, so often go awry. Often go awry. That is probably one of Burns' most quoted lines. The best laid schemes of mice and men. You know, you hear a reference to that all over the place. All over the place. Like, I've heard it in all kinds of media. Like movies, TV, not even just in Scotland. It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a really, really good one. It's a really good one. I think the next one... Let's do something a bit spooky, shall we? Let's see, is this the one... Yeah, this is the one. I think this is the one that's jokingly summoning the devil. Okay? We're summoning the devil here today. As it happens, we're getting kind of a cult. Let's see. Composed in the winter of 85 to 86. A mock invocation, a recital of the devil's occupations, and satirical farewell. O thou, whatever title suit thee, old horny Nick... Oh, sorry. O thou, whatever title suit thee, old horny Nick... Oh, I can't speak. I can't get this started. Okay. O thou, whatever title suit thee, old horny Satan, Nick, or Clutie, what in yon cavern grim and sooty, closed under hatches, spearges about the brune-stained cootie, to scald poor wretches. Hear me, old hangy, for a wee, and let poor damned bodies be. I'm sure small pleasure it can gie, even to a deal, to skelp and scald poor dogs like me, and hear us squeal. Great is thy power, and great thy fame, fair kenned and noted is thy name, and though yon lowen hochs thy hame, thou travels far, and faith, thou's neither lag nor lame, nor blate nor scar. Whiles raging like a roaring lion, for prey all holes and corners trying, whiles on the strong-winged tempest flying, turling the kirks, whiles in the human bosom prying, unseen thou lurks. I've heard my reverend granny say, in lanely glens ye like to stray, or where old ruined castles grey nod to the moon. Ye fright the nightly wanderers way wi' eldritch croon. When twilight did my granny summon to say her prayers, douse honest woman, aft yont the dyke she heard you bummin' wi' eerie drone, or rustling through the boor trees comin' wi' heavy groan. Aye, dreary, windy, winter night, the stars shot down wi' sklinklin' sight. Wi' you mysel' I gat a frice, ayont the low. Ye, like a rash bus, stood in sight, wi' waving sow. The cudgel in my knee did shake, each bristled hair stood like a stake, when wi' an eldritch cour stir, quick, quick, amang the springs, awa ye squattered like a drake on whistling wings. Let warlocks grim and withered hags tell how wi' you on ragweed nags they skim the muirs and dizzy crags wi' wicked speed, and in kirkyards renew their leagues our howkit deed. Thence counterwives wi' toil and pain may plunge and plunge the curn in vain, for oh the yellow treasure's ta'en by witching skill, and dot it 12-pint hawkies gain as yells the bull. Thence mystic knots make great abuse on young goodmen, fond, keen, and crouse, when the best work loom I' the hoose by cantrip wit is instant made no worth a louse, just at the bit. When dows dissolve the snowy herd and float the jingling icy bird, then water kelpies haunt the ford by your direction, and nighted travellers are allured to their destruction. And aft your moss-travelling spunkies decoy the wight that late and drunk is, the bleezing, cursed, mischievous monkeys delude his eyes, till in some miry slough he sunk is, ne'er mair to rise. When mason's mystic word and grip in storms and tempests raise you up, some cock or cat your rage maun stop, or, strange to tell, the youngest brother you would whip off straight to hell. Lang syne in Eden's bonny yard, when youthful lovers first were paired, and all the soul of love they shared, the raptured hour, sweet on the fragrant flowey sward in shady bower. Then you, ye old snick-drawing dog, you came to paradise in cog, and played on man a cursed brogue, black be your faw, and gied the infant word a shog, maist ruined of awe. D'ye mind that day when in a biz, wi' reekit duds and reestit giz, ye did present your smouthy fizz mang better folk, and slenk it on the man of us, your spiteful joke? And how you gat him a your thrall, and brak him out of house and hall, wi' scabs and botches did him gall, wi' bitter claw, and loused his ill-tongued wicked skull was worst of all. But all your doings to rehearse, your wily snares and fetching fierce, sin that day Michael did you pierce down to this time, wad ding a lallen tongue or erse in prose or rhyme. And now, old cloots, I ken ye're thinking, a certain bardie's ranting, drinking, some luckless hour will send him linking to your black pit, but faith, he'll turn a corner jinking and cheat you yet. But fare ye weel, old Nicky Ben, oh wad ye take a thought in men? Ye aiblins might, I dinna ken, hae still hae stake. I'm way to think upon yo den, e'en for your sake. Neodio, thank you for the follow. What did I miss there? Why am I talking about boobies? I'm not talking about boobies. Where did I talk about boobies? The board, the surface, float the jingling icy board. The surface of a lake, frozen over. Maybe. Mystic nuts. What is happening? I'm doing spooky poems. I'm doing spooky poems. This was... Let's see. This was Addressed to the Deal by Robert Burns. This is him effectively summoning the devil. And I enjoyed that one, actually. It was quite fun to read. Although I think I mucked up a couple of words here and there. It's a good one, though. It's a good one. Lots of good energy here. But hi, hello there, Neo. Hello there, Neo Dio. Hope you enjoy your time here. We're having some fun. We're having some fun. Well, it wasn't quite a pact with the devil. It wasn't quite a pact with the devil. It was addressing the devil. So, running through his titles, Old Horny, Satan, Nick, Cluty, as in cloven hooved. Referring to his, what's it called? Yes. His grim and sooty cavern, as in hell. The brimstone dish, the brunstein cootie. There we go. Neo. Let's see. Old Hangy, the Old Hangman, another title for him. Great is thy power and great thy fame. Yep. And then it goes through... Yep, he goes hunting people. Hunting people at night. Scaring people. Let's see. After you want the dyke, she heard you bumming with eerie drone, or rustling through the boor trees coming with heavy groan. So, beyond the dyke, beyond the river, she's heard you humming with an eerie drone, and then rustling through the alder trees, approaching with a heavy groan. Let's see. And with you, myself, I got a fright. I yont the low, beyond the pow. You, like a clump of rushes, stood in sight with a waving moan. So with a big moan. So it's like the moan of wind through the rushes, is how you hear him. Yes, Old Hangman. The Old Hangman is the devil. The cudgel in my knee did shake, so his fist was shaking, every bristling hair standing like a stake. Then with an eldritch harsh quake among the springs, away you squattered like a drake on whistling wings. So as soon as he spotted him, he's panicked away on whistling wings. And how with warlocks grim and withered hags skim the muirs and dizzy crags, so up on the high moors and on the craggy hills, running with the devil and renewing their leagues, so catching up with each other over the exhumed dead, digging up dead bodies. And how other things that the devil has done, for example, taking all of the milk from the cows. They're churning the milk, trying to make some butter, but it's all been stolen. The yellow treasure's taken by witching skill, and dot it 12 pints hockey's gain as yells the bull. And petted 12-pint cow has gone as dry as a bull. So yeah, just taking all of the milk, the ability to produce milk from the cows, is another one. Let's see. Oh my goodness. There's another one here. Let's see. Thence mystic knots, K-N-O-T-S, like a knot, make great abuse on young goodman, fond Ian and Cruz. So, young goodman, so a young husband, a young man. Keen and Cruz is cocksure, they're confident, they're full of confidence. They're young men, they're virile and all that jazz. When the best work loom in the hoose by cantrip wit, is instant made no worth allows, just at the bit. So yes, when the best work tool of the house, the best working tool of a young man, a young married man, his best working tool by magic is made not worth a louse, completely worthless, just in the nick of time. Poor guys. It can be a problem. And moss-travelling spunkies, so bog demons. Bog-travelling demons. Decoy the wight that Lakin drunk is. So drunken people coming back from the bar, basically. The blazing cursed mischievous monkeys delude his eyes, till in some miry slough he sunk is, never more to rise. So this is legends along the lines of the will-o'-the-wisp, that drag people, or that lure people into a bog to sink into the bog, and then never make it home. So yeah, another thing there. What else there? And then, of course, reference to the Garden of Eden. Lang syne, so a long time ago, in Eden's bonny yard, when youthful lovers, Adam and Eve, were first paired, and all the soul of love they shared, the raptured hour, sweet on the fragrant flowery sward in shady bower. So sweet in the wind, in the shade of the tree. Then you old snick-drawing dog, so scheming dog, you scheming creature, you came to paradise incognito, and played on man a cursed brogue, a trick, black be your fall, and gied the infant world a shug, which is a shake, so he shook the world, maist ruined of all. Maist ruined all, so you almost ruined everything. You almost ruined everything with that stunt you pulled in the garden. Let's see. And then reference to Job as well, also in the Old Testament. Do you mind that day when in a biz, in a flurry, we reek it duds and reest it jizz, or giz, so with smoky duds and a scorched wig, you did present your smouty fizz, your smutty face, among better folk, and glented on the man of us, squinted on the man of Job, your spiteful joke. So yep, another reference there. Hieronymu, no problem at all. It does seem like I know it's a very late night for a lot of people here, but thank you for sticking around for so long. I do appreciate you dropping by. I'll hopefully look forward to seeing you again another time. But take it easy. Take it easy. Have a good one. Have a good one. Rest well. You deserve it. We'll see you again soon. I'll hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And what else do we got? But all your doings to rehearse, your wildly snares are fetching fierce, or they're fighting fierce. So he's got his snares. They're fighting fierce. They're very good. They're basically very good snares. Since that day, Michael, you did pierce down to this time. The Archangel Michael pierced down to this time. What ding a lallan tongue or erse would beat a lowland tongue or Irish in prose or rhyme. So he's very good at poetry. And then a quick word from Burns himself. And now all cloots I ken you're thinking, a certain bardy's ranting drinking, so he's roistering. He's ranting around because he's just drunk. Some luckless hour will send him linking, hurrying along to your black pit. But faith he'll turn a corner jinking, dodging out of the way, and cheat you yet. He won't be sent to hell just quite yet. But fare you well, old Nicky Ben. Oh, would you take a thought in men? Ye Ablins might, I dinna ken, still have a stake. So perhaps you've got a stake. Perhaps you still have a stake there. Perhaps you're actually no that bad. Despite it all. I'm way to think upon yon den, even for your sake. So he's even thinking about the devil's conditions in hell. Which, you know, very, very charitable of him. Very charitable of him. And shall we do another one? We can do another little poem, I think. I've gone through all my poems. I've got little chapters. I've got some vague little chapters planned for what I'd like to do today. Today. Got a couple of things going on. But yeah, what we do next? Should we do To a Louse? I would like to do the Banks of Doon. I would like to sing the Banks of Doon. I will actually sing this one. But I'm not going to do it just yet. We'll do To a Louse. Not to be mistaken. If you keep going with the poems, I might just fall asleep too. Okay, you know what? As far as poetry is concerned, we'll do two more. We'll do To a Louse. So a wood louse. To a wood louse. On seeing one on a lady's bonnet at church. Which is quite a good one. I quite like it. I quite like that one. We'll do that one. And then we'll do the Banks of Doon, which is absolutely beautiful. And I'm not going to do it justice. I'm not going to be able to do it justice. Quick little hydration check. I have my water present as well, don't worry about me. So, to a louse. So yeah, there's actually a reference here to, let's see, Vincenzo Lunardi. So yeah, the use of the word Lunardi denotes a particular type of bonnet, which was the very height of fashion in 1785, 84, 85. Apparently, let's see, yeah, he made several balloon flights in Scotland that year. So because he's basically a celebrity, he's wearing the latest Gucci, and everyone has to wear that. So of course, this wealthy lady, of course, would like to wear a fancy bonnet as well. So that's where that goes. So we'll read this one. It involves less devils. You may be interested to hear. Less devils. Ha! Where you gone, ye crowlin' fairly? Your impudence protects you sarely. I canna say, but ye strunt rarely our gauze and lace. Though faith, I fear ye dine but sparely on sic a place. Ye ugly, creepin', blasted wanner, detested, shunned by son and sinner. How dare ye sent your fit upon her, sae fine a lady? Gae somewhere else and seek your dinner on some poor body. Swith, in some beggar's hoffet squattle, there ye may creep and sprawl and sprattle, wi' other kindred jumpin' cattle, in shoals and nations, where horn nor bane ne'er dare unsettle your thick plantations. Now haud you there, you're out of sight, below the fatrills, snug and tight. Na, faith ye yet, ye'll no be right till you've got on it the very topmost towering height o' Mrs. Bonnet. My sooth, right bald ye set your nose out, as plump and grey as ony groset. O for some rank mercurial roset, or fell red smedum, I'd ski you sick a hearty doze o't, would dress your drawdom. I wouldna have been surprised to spy you on an old wife's flaunting toy, or abling some bit duddy boy on's wild coat. But Mrs. Fine Lunardi, fie! How dare you do it? Oh, Jeanie, dinna toss your head, and set your beauties a' abread. Ye little ken what cursed speed the blastie's making. Wi' winks and finger ends I dread are notice taken. Oh, would some power the giftie gie us, to see ourselves as others see us. It would frae mony a blunder free us and foolish notion. What airs and dress and gait would lay us, an e'en devotion. So yeah, basically, he has seen a woodlouse on the bonnet, and he's watching it climb up to the very top of her hat. Where is it there? Na faith ye yet, you'll no be right till you've got on it the very topmost towering height o' Mrs. Bonnet. So get up there yet. And another one of the very well quoted lines here. We've got, oh Jeanie. Well, this isn't the quoted line. I have a feeling that you recounting the tales of Mimir from God of War would also be really nice. You know what? I'll maybe do some more reading. I could do some more reading at some time. I've got more reading to do actually. I've got a couple of other things I'd maybe like to read if people are willing to humour me. But yeah, another line we've got here, which I quite like. I like this stanza actually. Oh Jeanie, dinna toss your head. So don't toss your head, and set your beauties all abread. So don't toss your hair. Don't toss your hair around. Your lovely hair. You little ken what cursed speed the blastie's making, so you don't know how fast the little thing's going. Those winks and finger ends I dread are notice taken, so people are noticing. People can see that you're trying to shake it off. And then another line. Oh, would some power the giftie gie us, to see ourselves as others see us. It would from many a blunder free us, a foolish notion. What airs and dress and gait would leave us, and even devotion. So if we could see ourselves as we are seen by others, then it would free us from many blunders. It would save us a lot of trouble. A lot of blunders would be avoided. A lot of foolish mistakes could be avoided. What airs in dress and gait would leave us, and even devotion. So the way that you walk about, the way that you dress, you might not dress so silly. And even devotion. Maybe you would know not to devote yourself to a particular cause or whatever. That may not be good. But yeah, so it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. I like it. I like it. Another well-quoted final stanza there. Another well-quoted final stanza. But yeah. Okay, this next one, I am definitely nowhere near ready for this one. I'm nowhere near ready to sing this one, okay? I'm nowhere near ready to sing this one because this is an absolutely gorgeous song, and I'm going to butcher it because I'm not prepared, but I'm going to give it my best shot. We're going to have some fun with it, okay? This is The Banks of Doon. Just sort my posture, get some water. It deserves it. Believe me, it deserves it. Banks and braes, O bonny Doon, how can ye bloom sae fresh and fair? How can ye chant, ye little birds, and I sae weary fu' o' care? Thou'll break my heart, thou warbling bird that wantons through the flowering thorn. Thou minds me o' departed joys, departed never to return. Aft hae I rove by bonny Doon, to see the rose and woodbine twine, and ilka bird sang o' its love, and fondly say did I o' mine. Wi' lightsome heart I put a rose fu' sweet upon its thorny tree, and my false lover stole my rose, but he left the thorn wi' me. Yeah, that definitely didn't do it justice. That definitely didn't do it justice. But it's a lovely song. It's a lovely song. So, you banks and braes, you banks and slopes of the bonny River Doon, how can you be in bloom so fresh and beautiful? How can you chant, you little birds, and I, so weary and full of care? You'll break my heart, you warbling bird, that wantons through the flowering thorn. You mind me of departed joys, departed never to return. Aft, often have I roved by the bonny Doon, to see the rose and woodbine twine, and every bird sang of its love, and fondly so did I of mine. With a lightsome heart I pulled a rose full sweet upon its thorny tree, and my false lover stole my rose, but he left the thorn with me. It's a beautiful one. It's a really beautiful one, and I can't do it justice. I can't do it justice. But I love it. I love it. It's a lovely song. It really is. And I don't know. Let's not leave things off on the sad note for the poetry. We're not done. We're not done for tonight. Believe you me, we are not done for tonight. But I think we've maybe done enough towards the poetry. One more nice little one. We'll do Scots Wha Hae. Scots Wha Hae. This is a good one. This is a good one. Have you seen Braveheart? It makes some reference. Dear, it's not a very representative movie as Braveheart. Not a very representative movie, Braveheart. But here we go. Scots Wha Hae wi Wallace bled, Scots wham Bruce has often led. Welcome to your gory bed, or to victory. Now's the day, and now's the hour. See the front of battle lower. See approach proud Edward's power. Chains and slavery. Wha will fill a traitor... No, sorry. Wha will be a traitor knave? Wha can fill a coward's grave? Wha say base as be a slave? Let him turn and flee. Wha for Scotland's king and law freedom's sword will strongly draw. Freemen stand or freemen fall, let him follow me. By oppression's woes and pains, by your sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurpers low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberties in every blow, let us do or die. It's Scots Wha Hae. Very much a kind of a war chant, or like a what's the word? Very much like a chant that you would have before a battle address. Scots Wha Hae. And I think, little bit of an aside. What's it called? There's a book, and I'm trying to remember what it is just now. Is it the Forever War? Yes, it's called The Forever War. John Hartleman, I think it is. It's science fiction. Feeling very pumped right now, befriending some Englishmen. Let's not be too harsh to my southern neighbours, please. Let's not be too harsh. Sulan is counted among them. So we can't be too harsh. Not really. But, yeah, no, it's a good one. It's a good one. Another good one. But yeah, I think maybe we'll call that it for Burns tonight. Maybe we'll call that for Burns this evening. But I've enjoyed these. I have enjoyed these. I can't deny. And I hope you have as well. I hope you have. And I see, Koniko, I see it. I've got a link to both versions of the video. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. I think my favourite one that I did just now, my favourite one was probably Holy Wally's Prayer. The amount of energy I was able to pump into it. I really enjoyed that one. I really enjoyed that one. Holy Wally's Prayer is a good one. Yet I am here a chosen sample, to show thy grace is great and ample. I'm here a pillar o' thy temple, strong as a rock, a guide, a buckler, and example to all thy flock. It's so good. It's so good. Unmatched. Burns is great. Burns is absolutely great. One day, it's been a while, but I did read, what was it called? Lord Tennyson. It was The Lady of Shalott. It's a very good poem. It's a very good poem as well. I like it. I like it a lot. But yeah, feel free to share the clips wherever you deem fitting. I shall. Thank you. I appreciate it, Koniko. I appreciate it, Koniko. Maybe people will get access to links. Maybe people will get access. I don't know. But yeah, by all means, share them. They're funny. They're too funny to not. I'll look forward to seeing the Safe for Work version, actually. because I want to see how they compare. I don't think it will compare quite the same. But then again, this is you we're talking about. This is you we're talking about. This is you we're talking about. I have faith. I have faith in your abilities. It's not the same, alright. I know it's not the same. I know it's not the same. Still funny though. That's going to be good. That's going to be good. But yeah, why not? Why not? Because I've got a couple of other things that I would maybe like to do today. I've got a couple of things that I would like to do today. So I'm not actually, you know what? It's been about 2 hours. It has been 2 hours. My goodness. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to pose a little question to you on what you'd maybe like to see. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to grab some more water. And I'm going to nip to the bathroom. And then, when I get back, I have some announcements to make. I've received confirmation on what announcements I am able to make. No, not water. No, actually water. I have the not water right now. I have the not water that I've been drinking until now. That's still here. I need actual water. Water gaming. Hello there, Johnny Norris. How's it going? Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us this evening. This has been great. This has been great so far. We are not done. We are not done. We're either 2/3 or 3/4 of the way done today. We are not done quite yet. We are not done quite yet. So yeah, I have some announcements to make, but they're gonna have to wait until after I take a short break. Okay? So you're gonna have to be a little bit more patient. We're gonna have to be a little bit patient. But you know what? You know what? I have something. I have a question that I would like to pose to you as to what you might be interested in. What you might be interested in me doing for a little bit more of this stream. Because we spent a good bit of time on Burns, actually. We spent a good little bit on Burns. I've done... Oh, no! Oh, I completely forgot one of the best Burns poems. One of the very best Burns poems that I also can't do justice, but is a very, very good and appropriate one for this time of year. This is like the most appropriate one. Okay, we're gonna have to come back and do that, but maybe we'll do it a bit later, okay? We'll do that one later. We'll come back to Burns. I'm not quite done. It's more of a long form one. It's quite a long story though. So maybe we'll enjoy that one later. Maybe we'll enjoy that one later. But it's the most appropriate for Halloween of them all. Even more than the address to the deal. But yeah, so what else would we like to do? Because I've got a couple of other things I'd like to do. I have a book here that I have made some notes on some Scottish folk and fairy tales that I would like to share, if people would be very interested in that. I can share a couple of fun little Scots folk tales, some of which involve sea serpents, some of which involve witches, some of which involve foxes, as it happens. And one of them also involves a potential ancestor of mine, an Adam Bell. Adam Bell. So who knows, maybe I'm related, maybe it's a distant relation in some way, shape or form. They are from what is traditionally Bell lands. Definitely in that kind of region. So yeah, maybe we'll do that. The other thing that we can do any involve pyromaniac fairies? There are actually some poems on fairies, but I don't think many of them involve fire, as it happens. Let's see. Any directly referencing fairies? Let's see. The Fairies of Merlin's Crag. What else do we have? The Sea Maiden, maybe not that one. Fairies of Scotland, although that's a quite short one. The Fairy and the Miller's Wife. Water Fairies. The Fairy Boy of Leith. The Smith and the Fairies, Redemption from Fairyland. Okay, there's a good couple of fairy stories here. Like, actual stories involving fairies. Fire Elf, says Jura. I don't think there's many stories about fairies and fire. Not in this story anyway. Well, not in this collection of stories. But there's still some good ones here, so maybe we'll do some of those. So we can do some of those, that's definitely an option. What I also have here is a copy of the commemorative edition Necronomicon. The compilation of works of Howard Phillips Lovecraft. And I don't think I'm necessarily going to be able to read any of the really long ones. Like, I'm not going to read the Dunwich Horror, which is like 34 pages. 34 pages, I don't think... Actually, well, 34 pages, I could read that in about an hour. Probably. Fell asleep and woke up to Necronomicon. Yeah, I have the Necronomicon edition of a collection of H.P. Lovecraft's work. So I think I could maybe read some of the shorter stories towards the start of the book. So I could read Dagon, The Statement of Randolph Carter, The Doom That Came to Sarnath, The Cats of Ulthar, The Nameless City, maybe. Maybe Herbert West Reanimator, that's a good one. The Rats in the Walls is longer than I thought it was, actually. Professor Mal. What say you, Sulan? The Nameless City is a good one. Yeah, we could do that one. And maybe not the Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, because that's like the longest one in the book. So maybe not. But we could do the Nameless City. So yeah, what do you think? Do we want a... Hello there, AJ Zulu. Hello there. Hope you're having a good time here. So yeah, I'll leave it to you guys. We're gonna do Tam O'Shanter before the night's over, because it's a very, very good poem. But we also want to do some folk tales, and we maybe want to do some Lovecraft as well. So while I take a moment to nip to the bathroom, let me know what you'd like to do after I come back. And we'll see what we want to do after I have my announcements. Because I have some announcements. I hope you've been looking forward to them. I've only been hinting at them for like the last, I don't know, like month. The last month I've been hinting at some of this stuff. So yeah, hopefully you've been looking forward to it. But yeah, I'll take a little break. I'll be maybe somewhere between 2 and 5 minutes. And we will get back to my announcements. So please look forward to that. Bear with me, and I'll be back in a bit. What is this unya? What is this unya you speak of? What is this? What is this? You have me curious. Ooh. Okay, I've just realized there's actually a bit of a gap in... There's a little bit of a gap in Lovecraft circles. Some mispretension. Some pretension. I've not even had that much whiskey yet. Some missed potential, I should say. Some missed potential. I think we need an Uwu translation of H.P. Lovecraft's work. We need an Uwu translation. I'm not going to be able to manage it myself. I don't have the voice for it. Let's see. Night Gaunts. Out of what quipped they call I cannot tell, but every night I see the wobbly things, black horned and slender with membranous wings. They come in legions on the north winds swell, with obscene clutch that titillates and stings, snatching me off on monstrous voyagings to grey worlds hidden deep in nightmares well. Over the jagged peaks of Thorok they sweep, okay. Heedless of all the cries I try to make, and down the nether pits toward that foul lake where the puffed shoggoths splash in doubtful sweep. But ho, if only they would make some sound, or where faces should be found. Drazrik. Hello there. Well, that's enough internet for today. How was that? Scottish. There we go. Out of what crypt they crawl I cannot tell, but every night I see the rubbery things, black, horned and slender with membranous wings. They come in legions on the north wind's swell, with obscene clutch that titillates and stings, snatching me off on monstrous voyagings to grey worlds hidden deep in nightmares well. Over the jagged peaks of Thok they sweep, heedless of all the cries I try to make, and down the nether pits to that foul lake, where the puffed shoggoths splash in doubtful sleep. But ho, if only they would make some sound, or where faces should be found. As nightgasts. Mom, I want Jura at home. We have Jura at home. I'll take that. So yeah, I think people seem interested in me reading from the Necronomicon edition. So I think maybe we'll read some Lovecraft first of all. We'll maybe read some Lovecraft. That sound good to people? That sound good? We'll maybe read some Lovecraft. But yeah. I think I do remember. I promised an announcement. Okay, looks like we're going for some Lovecraft. The master of weird fiction. I have myself a toffee crisp. Excuse me, I need some energy. So worth losing streak. Lovecraft, yes. Howard Phillips Lovecraft, creator of the Cthulhu mythos. Stories of Cthulhu. Nyarlathotep. The King in Yellow. The Shadow over Innsmouth. The Dunwich Horror. At the Mountains of Madness. The Creature on the Doorstep. The Colour out of Space. We're reading some Lovecraft. And also, there is an anime. Nyaruko-san. There is an anime adaptation. Which is not very faithful to the source material, as it happens. I also need to preface that the visual novel that I'm planning on playing during No Nut November is not, as it happens, is not going to be the Song of Saya. No, 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 no. That would be most inappropriate, and I would not get away with it. Not the Cthulhu one. Oh, there is a Cthulhu... There is actually a Cthulhu visual novel. There actually is. I've played it. It's actually quite good. I've not played it in ages, though. What's going on with that? I looked into it recently. Okay, bear with me. Bear with me. We're going to look into this. I've completely forgotten it. Let's see. Cthulhu dating sim? Not Sucker for Love. Is it? No. Army of Tentacles? That doesn't seem right. Mythos Ever After. Okay, apparently it's a popular subgenre. Apparently it's a bit of a popular subgenre, but I can't find the one that I was originally looking for. Sucker for Love, that's not the one. That is... Why is Cthulhu a big titty goth GF? Lynetta, a cute Cthulhu-like girl. Okay, well, that's the thing. Made in 10 days. Colour me impressed. Right, where is it? Where is it? That's not it. Not Army of Tentacles. That just sounds concerning. Sucker for Love. I don't think it's that one. Things are about to get really weird. That's one way of writing it, isn't it? Isn't it? Have you looked at Cthulhu? Of course it's a big titty goth GF. What else would it be? Exactly! No. I can't find it. I've tried looking for it before. I've tried looking... I do know that it exists. Dating horror game... Not dating horror game. Cthulhu visual novel. Cthulhu is quite moe in this one. There it is. I think it's called Lovecraft. It actually has some really nice design characters. They're actually really quite nice designs. I think still just the demo that's out. I don't think it's full release. Because love is pretty much insanity, right? Yeah, let's see. 2 hours worth of gameplay. Okay, we could do that on a one-off, maybe. I don't know. Because I got through Amnesia. I was playing Amnesia and I got through it faster than expected. Maybe we'll warm up to the... visual novels next month. Maybe I'll play this on Saturday. Or Sunday, rather. This could be quite fun. I have played it before. So it's not going to be a surprise. But... I don't know, it could be fun. Maybe we could play this. It's a fun game. It's called Lovecraft. By... Let's see, it's on Mythic... It's mythikiwi.itch.io. It's called Lovecraft. If you search Lovecraft visual novel, you'll probably find it. Lovecraft visual novel. Yeah, if you search Mudcraft visual novel, it's the second image that comes up in image search should be it. It'll be the second thing that comes up on Google, or it should be. Made by Potato95, that's it. I think so anyway, let's see. No, not the Potato95, that is the Minecraft crossover one, not that one. The Lovecraft visual novel demo by... Is this it? Is this the one? Not updated since 2015, that's right. That's not it. No, that's not it. You know what? Screw it. We're posting the link. We're posting the link. The link's there. You can have a look at it. The designs are actually pretty good. The designs are actually pretty good. I quite like the designs. But yeah, we can maybe do that. We can maybe do that at the weekend. That could be quite fun. It's been a long time since I played it. It's been a long time since I played it, actually. I think it came out 2017 originally. I might be wrong. Most of the messages are from 2 years ago. So it probably came out around then. That seems about right to me. That seems about right. But you told me not to trust links. Yeah, I told you not to trust links when I was telling you to download something. It's on itch. It's on itch.io. But yeah, generally speaking, download at your own risk, but, you know, I'm inclined to say it's safe. I've played it before, and I've had no problems. But yeah, up to you. Okay. We went massively off topic here. I keep hearing edge instead of itch. Wow. Edge.io. No, that's just my pronunciation. Yeah. Some people would say edge, itch. Itch. I think, yeah. A lot of different languages say itch. Or itch. Itch. But yeah, no, I say itch. Itch. Bit more of an eh. It's like an itch. Like the same as in, I don't know, words. Yeah, basically. But yeah, news. I have some news. I have some announcements to make. And I think they kind of tie into other announcements, but I'm gonna announce what pertains to me. I'm going to announce what is relevant to me, just to me. But yes, we've got some stuff coming. We've got some stuff coming, very imminently, very imminently. Why is my stream lagging at all? I feel like my stream's lagging. No, I seem to be behaving. Right, let's close a bunch of tabs because they're probably slowing me down a bit. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Yo, it might just be me. It's probably just me. But yes, we've got some news, and I've been teasing this kind of stuff. I've been teasing this stuff for over a month now, okay? I've been working hard at stuff behind the scenes, and also other stuff has been going on. But yes. More booze streams. More booze streams might happen. I mean, I'm not going to be able to drink all of this in one night. So you never know. Maybe we'll play some more. Maybe it'll be a thing that I do on late night streams. But that's not what we're announcing. That's not the exciting thing. The exciting things. First of all, what is less imminent? There's some physical merch coming on its way. Malcolm visual novel. I'll tell you when I get around to doing one of those. I'll tell you when I get onto one of them. Okay? I'll let you know. But yes, no. There's some official Amberglow, Malcolm Bell physical merchandise that you'll be able to have, you'll be able to hold in your hand. You'll be able to do stuff with. It's going to be a physical thing that you can have, and I can't wait. It looks really cool. I've seen a mock-up of it being done, and I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be brilliant. I can't wait. But this is a while away. This is probably a little while away. So I can let you know that it's becoming a reality. It's becoming a reality. It's there. My wallet is starting to cry already. Oh dear. Oh dear. Please, please restrain yourselves a little bit. Is it a nutcracker? It is not a nutcracker, but that would actually be a very appropriate gift for Christmas time. That would be a very appropriate gift. Maldaki Makara, let's go. One day I'll be able to wake up and look into my own eyes in the morning. One day. We'll see, certainly. We'll certainly see. But no, yeah, so you are going to be able to get some physical Mal merchandise if that's something that you're interested in. Absolutely. But that's not the only thing. That's something that's coming it's in the relatively near future, but not the immediate future. Not the immediate future. Something that is coming in the very, very close future. I did drop a couple of hints a couple of weeks ago that I was doing some work, doing some preparation for stuff. And I mentioned that I was having to do some recording quite recently as well. So yeah, it turns out, as it happens, I have been working on a voice pack. I've worked on a voice pack, and it's going to be a thing. There's going to be a digital pack. There's a digital pack. There's going to be stuff. Is it BFE? I don't know what BFE stands for, but yeah, I've been working on a voice pack. Base flood elevation? I don't think that's right. Wait, what? I have no idea what. I'm a bit concerned looking at the potential definition for that abbreviation. A bit concerned. Boyfriend experience. Well, you'll just have to wait and find out now, won't you? But no, in all seriousness, no. I put a wee bit of work into this. I was wondering when the option was presented to me, I was immediately like, yes, I want to do something with this. But really the question was, what do I do with this? What do I do with this opportunity? What are people gonna expect from something like this? What are people gonna expect me to do? What kind of thing do people expect from a voice pack? And then I decided, you know what, let's maybe not do that. So yeah, I've done something that I'm quite proud of it, actually. I'm quite proud of it. I'm quite proud of what's in there, to be quite honest with you. You know, not to pat myself on the back too much. Not to pat myself on the back too much, but I'm quite proud of it. I think that people are really going to enjoy it. I think you will. I think whatever you go in there expecting, I think it might go against your expectations. No, okay, you are my little progger champ. Come here. No, there's not going to be any of that. Don't worry. There's not going to be any of that. But no, okay, so I think whatever people expect. Oh, maybe there is a bit of that. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, whatever people expect, I'm hoping that it's not going to be what you expect. I hope it's going to be something different from what you expect. I hope people will find it funny, will find it interesting, that you'll be able to get something good from it. I hope so. You'll await and buy it. Well, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I like hearing that some people are kind of on board with the idea already. So I do appreciate that. But you may not need to wait too long. as it happens. You may not need to wait too long. Because, as it happens, it's going up this weekend. It's coming this weekend. So you won't need to wait very long at all. In fact, yeah, I won't expect there's not going to be a mal in a jar. No mal in a jar. But yeah, so it goes live this weekend. I've heard, don't quote me exactly on this, it will depend on what region you're in, but it may be going live on Saturday, or it may be going live on Sunday. And I don't know any details about anything else. It's just going I know it's going live this weekend. I don't know all the details as far as like exactly in what format it'll be presented, or like pricing, stuff like that. I'm not sure about that, but I wouldn't expect it to be much different from what you would expect given existing voice packs. I wouldn't expect it to be too different from that, but don't quote me on that. I don't know. But yeah, it's coming this weekend. And I had a lot of fun putting it together. I really did. And hopefully it'll be something that you find interesting. Hopefully so. Oh boy, Mal calling me Oni-chan. I'm not sure whether I'm ready. You're not ready. You're not ready. If that's your expectation, you are not ready for this. Oh, I may be getting some confirmation on some details, or I may be getting bonked. We shall see. I may be getting some updated information, and I may be getting bonked. It could be one or both. It could be one or both, but we'll see. Dear. But no, yeah, no. I did definitely want it to be something that no matter what you were coming to me for, whether you were what aspect of my streams, my persona, my personality, there would be something there for you, kind of thing. I think a lot of people should enjoy what I've made. I certainly hope so. I definitely hope so, at any rate. So yeah, hopefully you're looking forward to that. It won't be long. So yeah, please do look forward to it. I definitely am. And if you do happen to pick it up, definitely do let me know what you think of it. Ooh, okay. I've got some more news. I've not been bonked. I haven't been bonked. So it looks like the pack, it's not just going to include content from me. It's not just going to be content from me. It's also going to be including some other talents as well. That much I can say. There's also going to be other talents details in there too. It's not just me. There's more than just one person in Amber Glow. There's more than one person in Amber Glow. There's stuff going on. Hello Ritsu, I see you there. But yes, no, there's more going on there. And also, there's gonna be some exclusive content there. There's also gonna be some exclusive content. There's gonna be an exclusive wallpaper included in the digital pack. You had me, it's exclusive. Ah, you're also weak to being told that something is exclusive. Understandable. But yeah, no, there's it's gonna be good. You're gonna want to see it. You're really gonna want to see it. I have no idea what a lot of the content in the pack's gonna be. I'm looking forward to it myself, because there's gonna be a lot of fun stuff in there that I want to see. There's gonna be a lot of good stuff there, so I hope you look forward to it, because I definitely am. So yeah, when you do, if and when you do get it, please do let us know what you think of them, because For me anyway. For me anyway. For me anyway. Because it's something I want a lot of people to get a lot of enjoyment out of. I want a lot of people to be able to enjoy it. So I would really like to get some feedback on what I've produced. So definitely do let me know what you think of it. You can send it to me in private messages. You can let me know in streams. Let me know any way that you want. Get the message to me. Because I want to see some impressions. I want to see what people think of it. I hope they enjoy it. I hope you all enjoy it. I really do. I really do. And I'm looking forward to it myself. There's going to be a lot of good stuff in it. I just feel it. I just feel it. I've received a little hint about some of what's going to be in it, but I don't have all the detail. Oh yes, and another detail, another little update. I have passed along my suggestions to Boss for what emotes I would like. Will the wallpaper be Beach Guardian Mal running topless Baywatch style? You know, I want to see that. I want to see that. I absolutely want to see that. Yeah, get it made. Get it made. Definitely get it made, please. Ah, dear me, dear me. On it. Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Fish. Dear me, famous last words. Yeah, I'm not going to regret that at all. Definitely not going to regret that. Yeah. Ah, dear me, dear me. Hasselhoff. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's put it this way. My style in the past, my style, the way I've presented myself. What I can say is, I mean, you can probably tell by my jawline. You can probably tell by my jawline and my robust physique. Yes. This isn't the first time I've been likened to David Hasselhoff. Oh no. I have been likened to David Hasselhoff before. Yes. I'm a primes. Okay, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to catch myself here. I'm enjoying myself too much. But it wouldn't be the first time. Would not be the first time. So you know what? Just for my little inside joke, where I'm self-satisfied. Yeah, no. I'm going to restrain myself. But yeah, no, this amuses me. This actually does amuse me. We did see that ad that I was in. Ad? What ad was I in now? What ad was I in? I hope your PC's okay, Doranex. I hope your PC's okay. Oh dear. Boss has just sent me a thinking emoji. I think he's actually gonna get me dressed up like freaking David Hasselhoff here. Oh, the one that contains traces of Mal's nuts. Yes, no, absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you. Oh dear, I love that ad. I actually did. That was so good. So funny. It was so funny. It was really so funny. Oh, dear me. PC's fine. Shirt and pants are soaking in cola. Dear. Ooh, If you want to... Huh? Okay, Boss is giving me some suggestions. I'm probably going to have to think of them off stream. I'm going to have to do some looking into stuff off stream. Hasselhoff Mal. He says he's on it as well. I just so that you know, Boss, I assume that you're lurking. I know you're out there somewhere. But yeah, I do have a visual novel in mind. But I can definitely take a look at Entrance into Illusion as well. That was suggested there. I can have a look at it. Maybe I shouldn't have slipped the name. Oh well. That's what happens when you give me information while I'm streaming. There's a chance that I might leak it. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to have a chat about this later. I do have a visual novel planned. I have a visual novel that I'm going to play, not make, play. I'm gonna play a visual novel over November, and it's gonna be a good one. But I've already spoke about that. There's gonna be no nuts, and it's gonna be fun. Okay? We're gonna enjoy it. We're really gonna enjoy it. Some interesting news and thoughts and stuff going on. I'm on board. Okay, I understand you. I understand. Oh wait, that one. Oh wait, that one. Oh, that one. Ah, I remember now. Okay. Mal's working a bit slow on the update here, boss. But yeah. I read it. It's interesting. Ooh. I'll come back to you on this one, boss. Some interesting stuff is working away behind the scenes. Some stuff is going on. Some stuff is happening. I may end up being busy. Okay, but let's move on. Let's move on. We knew you were a Chad. I am a Chad. I actually am. This has been established. Where have you been? Where have you been for the last 2.5 months? Or longer? If you've been stalking me on Twitter. Where have you been? My goodness. Yes, no, there's stuff coming. There seems to be stuff coming. This could be good. This could be interesting and good. Yes. I've been busy staring at Nunky's tail, sorry. I mean, what? Okay, well. Well then, okay. But okay, yes, I think that's all the news then for now. Beachguard by day, stargazer by night. How much more Chad can this man get? No, seriously, I can do both at the same time because I have a telescope. If you don't know, we're going off on tangents, but you know what? That's completely fine. I do actually have a telescope, and my telescope, I do actually have a solar filter for it. So what it does is it filters out like a massive percentage of sunlight so that you don't sear your eyes and and damage the telescope while you're stargazing during the day. Because the sun, let's not forget, the sun is actually a star. So yeah, I can totally be a lifeguard while stargazing. I can totally stargaze while being a lifeguard. That's absolutely a thing that I'm capable of doing. That's absolutely something I can do. In addition, I really love walking at the beach at night. I actually do. I'm not even kidding. Like, one of my favourite things to do is go for a late night walk. And I'm fortunate, I live by the ocean, so I can go for a walk along the beach. And I usually do. It takes hours. I go for like hours-long walks along the beach. It's great. And I do a lot of walking. I do a lot of thinking. And when the skies are clear, I do stargazing. I actually do some stargazing while I'm out there. Like, I don't bring my telescope with me. But I really do looking at the stars. I love walking in the stars. Oh, jog. That sounds like putting exercise in. No. No. Definitely just walking. I'd probably be able to jog okay. I could probably jog okay. But yeah, no, I much prefer walking. I'm more of a hiker. I'm more of a hiker than a jogger, I would have to say. Most definitely. Late night walks are nice. No beach near you? Ah, that's a shame. But yeah, they are nice. Even in the country, late night walks are great. It's been a long time since I did. I say the country, it's still like a stone's throw from the ocean for me. But I have been on some walks along the hills, just up from where the ocean is, near here. Because there's a lot of good hills to walk, and a lot of woodland walks that can be very, very nice. They can be very, very nice to walk along. And depending on where you go, it's actually really, really good visibility of the stars. Like, normally there's a lot of light pollution. Even where I am, like, I'm not near a major city, but you can see the glow on the clouds when there is a town nearby, which can really affect your visibility of the stars. But depending on where you go, no visibility problems at all. I had a walk 2 weeks ago. I actually saw a shooting star. It was absolutely gorgeous. I saw it just for a split second. It was lovely. No beaches near me. Rip Austrian Empire. And I can't really do evening walks because of wild animals that sometimes snap like deers. Jeez, wild animals. Yeah, we don't have many large predators in the UK. We've got some wildcats, but they're not very common where I live. Not at all. Not at all. But yeah, no, stargazing at night. Stargazing at night is something that I love to do. This time of year, like yesterday, I got up just to go to the bathroom at night, and out of my windows, I saw Orion for the first time this year. And Orion is one of the first constellations I learned to recognize. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love seeing Orion. It's always this time of year, like late October, start November. I look up and I see Orion. I see Orion's belt, the 3 stars in a row, and it's absolutely lovely. There are spiders, but there's not that many, Sulan. There's not spiders that would attack you. There are no raccoons in Scotland either. Or England, actually. I don't think there's any raccoons in England. We do have foxes. Sometimes when I'm on an evening walk, I do see foxes. They run around down the beach. And you can see them. Sometimes you see them crossing roads and parks. Sometimes I've even seen them on my own street. Then what did I saw? I don't know what you saw. What could it have been? Could have been a large cat. Could have been a badger. We do get badgers, but I've never seen one in the wild. Snakes. We do get snakes, but they're very infrequent and none of them are venomous. So they can't do much to you. Sulan, for such a big, powerful dragon, you scare awfully easily. You scare so easily. Is it like elephants? You know how you always hear that elephants are scared of mice because they can't see them? Coral snake. Okay, that's basically an eel. That's an eel. There's no giant enemy spiders after you, Sulan. It's not real. Absolutely, it's not true. It's not real. It's fine. So you being scared is good content. I can't deny that. I actually can't deny that. Malumini, everyone have something they are afraid of, don't judge. Okay, yeah, okay, I'm not judging her for being afraid of specific things. I'm just saying it seems kind of out of character. I'm not intending to be mean. I'm sorry, Sulan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sulan. Look, this is my sorry face. This is my sorry face. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, really. I mean, really, like, there isn't anything that can actually harm you. Like, I understand being afraid of spiders. I understand being afraid of snakes. Like, I do understand it. But, like, they can't harm you. Like, they're just gonna be scared and run away from you. Like, I was walking the other day, actually. When was it? Was it the day before yesterday? Yeah, I think it was the day before yesterday. I had a walk. I walked... Did I walk down the beach? No, I just walked down a low road through a town. And then up to the farm roads behind the town. And I saw 2 deer. I saw 2 deer running through... It's kind of a forest, but it's kind of also wasteland. So it's kind of a mix of both. But yeah, I saw 2 deer. I saw 2 deer running through, and it was quite nice. I like getting able to see deer. You see them running around here sometimes. It's quite nice. You don't think that you would, but sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. They're lovely, lovely creatures. Very flighty. If you can't beat it, eat it. Well, we don't have guns here, so I can't exactly go hunting them. Not that I necessarily want to either. Wait, that came out wrong. If you can't beat it, eat it. That does sound wrong, actually. That does sound a bit wrong. Oh, dear me. Let's see, there was a dear family in a close playground. Don't know if they used the slide, though. Ah. Yeah, they just kind of wander around places where people aren't, sometimes. But yeah, no. Where did we get to this from? Oh yeah, we were talking about late night walks because apparently I'm a Chad. That's a thing. You know what? If people have decided it, then I suppose it must be. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Moving on. From my Chadliness. Apparently. What say we actually do some reading again? Let's see. Shall we do some more reading? Shall we do some more reading? I think we can do some more reading. What will we do? What will we do? Let's take a sip. You know what? Which one was it that was mentioned? Who mentioned one of the stories? Dornex. And a year ago I went to walk the dog of a friend of mine in a wildlife resort and nearly got attacked by a horde of wild pigs. Yeah, that'll happen to ya. That will happen to ya. More reading. Yes. Yes. Let's get going. Let's get going. Oh yeah, did I say? I'm pretty sure I did say. My emotes are on the way. They're gonna be on the way. No ETA just yet, but they're gonna be on the way. Okay. So we're gonna get some cool Mal-specific emotes, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with them, okay? That's gonna be a thing. But let's get reading. I think it was suggested that I should read The Nameless City. It's relatively short, 10 pages. So we'll go for that one. Then maybe The Cats of Ulthar. I do like The Cats of Ulthar, it's a nice one. What about redeems though? I'll get around to them soon. Soon. Trademarked. Soon. They're gonna happen, okay? They're gonna happen, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, it's gonna happen. Okay. Shall we get reading some Lovecraft? I think, Sulan, this is your first introduction to some weird fiction, I think, isn't it? This is your first introduction, as far as I know. Because you assumed that Lovecraft meant Minecraft, but with romance. Soon, TM. Yeah, it's been a while since I've rolled out the soon. I've not had to trademark soon for quite a while. It's been a while. You know what? It's been nice not having to trademark soon. To be honest. It's been nice. It has been nice. Okay, let's go. The Nameless City by H.P. Lovecraft. When I drew nigh the Nameless City, I knew it was accursed. I was travelling in a parched and terrible valley under the moon, and afar I saw it protruding uncannily above the sands, as part of a corpse may protrude from an ill-made grave. Fear spoke from the age-worn stones of this hoary survivor of the deluge, this great-grandmother of the eldest pyramid, and a viewless aura repelled me and bade me retreat from antique and sinister secrets that no man should see, and no man else had ever dared to see. Remote in the desert of Arabia lies the Nameless City, crumbling and inarticulate, its low walls nearly hidden by the sands of uncounted ages. It must have been thus before the first stones of Memphis were laid, and while the bricks of Babylon were yet unbaked. There is no legend so old as to give it a name, or to recall that it was ever alive, but it is told of in whispers around campfires, and muttered about by granddames in the tents of sheiks, so that all the tribes shun it, without wholly knowing why. It was of this place that Abdul al-Hazred, the mad poet, dreamed on the night before he sang his unexplainable couplet. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. I should have known that the Arabs had good reason for shunning the nameless city. The city told of in strange tales, but seen by no living man. Yet I defied them, and went into the untrodden waste with my camel. I alone have seen it, and that is why no other face bears such hideous lines of fear as mine. Why no other man shivers so horribly when the night wind rattles his windows. When I came upon it in the ghastly stillness of unending sleep, it looked at me, chilly from the rays of a cold moon amidst the desert's heat. And as I returned its look, I forgot my triumph at finding it, and stopped still with my camel to wait for the dawn. For hours I waited, till the east grew grey, and the stars faded, and the grey turned to a roseate light edged with gold. I heard a moaning, and saw a storm of sand stirring among the antique stones, though the sky was clear and the vast reaches of desert still. Then, suddenly, above the desert's far rim, came the blazing edge of the sun, seen through the tiny sandstorm which was passing away, and in my fevered state, I fancied that from some remote depth there came a crash of musical metal to hail the fiery disk as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. My ears rang and my imagination seethed as I led my camel slowly across the sand to that unvocal place, that place which I alone of living men had seen. In and out amongst the shapeless foundation of houses and places I wandered, finding never a carving or inscription to tell of these men, if men they were, who built this city, and dwelt therein long ago. The antiquity of the spot was unwholesome, and I longed to encounter some sign or device to prove that the city was indeed fashioned by mankind. There were certain proportions and dimensions in the ruins which I did not like. I had with me many tools and dug much within the walls of these obliterated edifices, but progress was slow and nothing significant was revealed. When night and the moon returned, I felt a chill wind which brought new fear, so that I did not dare to remain in the city. And as I went outside the antique walls to sleep, a small sighing sandstorm gathered behind me, blowing over the grey stones through the moon, though the moon was bright and most of the desert still. I awaked just at dawn from a pageant of horrible dreams, my ears ringing as from some metallic peal. I saw the sun peering redly through the last gusts of a little sandstorm that hovered over the nameless city and marked the quietness of the rest of the landscape. Once more I ventured within those brooding ruins that swelled beneath the sand like an ogre under a coverlet, and again dug vainly for relics of the forgotten race. At noon I rested, and in the afternoon I spent much time retracing the walls and bygone streets, and the outlines of the nearly vanished buildings. I saw that the city had been mighty indeed, and wondered at the sources of its greatness. To myself I pictured all the splendours of an age so distant that Chaldea could not recall it, and thought of Sarnath the Doomed, that stood in the land of Minar when mankind was young, and of Ib, that carved cavern of grey stone before mankind existed. All at once I came upon a place where the bedrock rose stark through the sand and formed a low cliff, and here I saw with joy what seemed to promise further traces of the antediluvian people. Hewn rudely on the surface of the cliff were the unmistakable facades of several small squat rock houses or temples, whose interiors might preserve many secrets of ages too remote for calculation, though sandstorms had long since effaced any carvings which may have been outside. Very low and sand-chalked were all the apertures near me. But I cleared one with my spade and crawled through it, carrying a torch to reveal whatever mysteries it might hold. When I was inside, I saw that the cavern was indeed a temple, and beheld plain signs of the race that had lived and worshipped before the desert was a desert. Primitive altars, pillars, niches, all curiously low, were not absent, and though I saw no scriptures or frescoes... there were many singular stones clearly shaped into symbols by artificial means. The lowness of the chiselled chamber was very strange, for I could hardly kneel upright, but the area was so great that my torch showed only part of it at a time. I shuddered oddly in some of the far corners, for certain altars and stones suggested forgotten rites of terrible, revolting, and inexplicable nature, and made me wonder what manner of men could have made and frequented such a temple. When I had seen all that the place contained, I crawled out again, avid to find what the temples might yield. Night had now approached, yet the tangible things I had seen made a curiosity stronger than fear, so that I did not flee from the long moon-cast shadows that had daunted me when I first saw the nameless city. In the twilight, I cleared another aperture, and with a new torch, crawled into it, finding more vague stones and symbols, though nothing more definite than the other temple had contained. The room was just as low, but much less broad, ending in a very narrow passage crowded with obscure and cryptical shrines. About these shrines I was prying, when the noise of a wind and my camel outside broke through the stillness and drew me forth to see what could have frightened the beast. The moon was gleaming vividly over the primitive ruins, lighting a dense cloud of sand that seemed blown by a strong but decreasing wind from some point along the cliff ahead of me. I knew it was this chilly, sandy wind which had disturbed the camel, and was about to lead him to a place of better shelter, when I chanced to glance up, and saw that there was no wind atop the cliff. This astonished me, and made me fearful again, but I immediately recalled the sudden local winds that I had seen and heard before at sunrise and sunset, and judged it was a normal thing. I decided it came from some rock fissure leading to a cave, and watched the troubled sand to trace it to its source, soon perceiving that it came from the black orifice of a temple a long distance south of me, almost out of sight. Koniko, you may rest well if you have to. You have done very well this evening. Against the choking sand cloud I plodded towards this temple, which as I neared it loomed larger than the rest, and showed a doorway far less clogged with caked sand. I would have entered. Oh, let's see, try and get a good angle for the book to sit so that I can read, sorry. I would have entered, had not the doorway the terrific force of the icy wind almost quenched my torch. Rest well, Dornex, thank you for being here for so long. Take it easy, guys. Take it easy, everyone. Otsukare-sama. It poured madly out of the dark door, sighing uncannily as it ruffled the sand and spread among the weird ruins. Soon it grew fainter, and the sand grew more and more still, till finally all was at rest again, but a presence seemed to be stalking among the spectral stones of the city. and when I glanced at the moon, it seemed to quiver, as though mirrored in unquiet waters. I was more afraid than I could explain, but not enough to dull my thirst for wonder. So as soon as the wind was quite gone, I crossed into the dark chamber from which it had come. This temple, as I had fancied from the outside, was larger than either of those I had visited before, and was presumably a natural cavern, since it bore winds from some region beyond. Here I could stand quite upright, but saw that the stones and altars were as low as those other temples. On the walls and roof I beheld for the first time some traces of the pictorial art of the ancient race, curious curling streaks of paint that had almost faded or crumbled away. And on two of the altars I saw with rising excitement a maze of well-fashioned curvilinear carvings. As I held my torch aloft, it seemed to me that the shape of the roof was too regular to be natural, and I wondered what the prehistoric cutters of stone had first worked upon. Their engineering skill must have been vast. Then a brighter flare of the fantastic flame showed that for which I had been seeking. The opening to those remoter abysses whence the sudden wind had blown, and I grew faint when I saw that it was a small and plainly artificial door chiselled in the solid rock. I thrust my torch within, beholding a black tunnel with the roof arching low over a rough flight of very small, numerous, and steeply descending steps. I shall always see those steps in my dreams, for I came to learn what they meant. At the time, I hardly knew whether to call them steps or mere footholds in a precipitous descent. My mind was whirling with mad thoughts, and the words and warnings of Arab prophets seemed to float across the desert from the lands that men know to the nameless city that men dare not know. Yet I hesitated only for a moment before advancing through the portal and commencing to climb cautiously down the steep passage, feet first, as though on a ladder. It is only in the terrible phantasms of drugs or delirium that any other man can have made such a descent as mine. The narrow passage led infinitely down, like some hideous, haunted well, and the torch I held above my head could not light the unknown depths towards which I was crawling. I lost track of the hours and forgot to consult my watch, though I was frightened when I thought of the distance I must be traversing. There were changes of direction and of steepness, and once I came to a long, low, level passage where I had to wiggle my feet first along the rocky floor, holding torch at arm's length beyond my head. The place was not high enough for kneeling. After that, there were more of the steep steps, and I was still scrambling down interminably when my failing torch died out. I do not think I noticed it at the time, for when I did notice it, I was still holding it above me as if it were ablaze. I was quite unbalanced with that instinct for the strange and the unknown which had made me a wanderer upon earth and a haunter of far, ancient and forbidden places. In the darkness, there flashed before my mind fragments of my cherished treasury of demonic lore. Sentences from Alhazred the Mad Arab, paragraphs from the apocryphal nightmares of Damascus, the infamous lines from the delirious Images du Monde of Gauthier de Metz. I repeated queer extracts and muttered aphrasiab, and muttered of Afrasiab, and the daemons that floated within him down the Oxus, later chanting over and over again a phrase from one of Lord Dunsany's tales, the unvertebrate blackness of the abyss. Once, When the descent grew amazingly steep, I recited something in sing-song from Thomas Moore, until I feared to recite more. A reservoir of darkness black, as witches' cauldrons are when filled, with moon drugs in the clips distilled. Leaning to look if foot might pass, down through that chasm I saw beneath, as far as vision could explore, the jetty sides as smooth as glass, looking as if just varnished o'er with that dark pitch the seat of death throws out upon its slimy shore. Time had quite ceased to exist when my feet again felt a level floor, and I found myself in a place slightly higher than the rooms in the two smaller temples, now so incalculably far above my head. I could not quite stand, but could kneel upright, and in the dark I shuffled and crept hither and thither at random. I soon knew that I was in a narrow passage, whose walls were lined with cases of wood having glass fronts. As in that Paleozoic and abysmal place I felt of such things as polished woods and glass, I shuddered at the possible implications. The cases were apparently ranged along each side of the passage at regular intervals, and were oblong and horizontal, hideously like coffins in shape and size. When I tried to move 2 or 3 for further examination, I found that they were firmly fastened. I saw that the passage was a long one, so floundered ahead rapidly in a creeping run that would have seemed horrible had any eye watched me in the blackness, crossing from side to side occasionally to feel of my surroundings and be sure the walls and rows of cases still stretched on. Man is so used to thinking visually that I almost forgot the darkness and pictured the endless corridor of wood and glass in its low-studded monotony, as though I saw it. And then, in a moment of indescribable emotion, I did see it. Just when my fancy merged into real sight I cannot tell, but there came a gradual glow ahead, and all at once I knew I saw the dim outlines of the corridor and the cases, revealed by some unknown subterranean phosphorescence. For a little while, all was exactly as I had imagined it, since the glow was very faint, but as I mechanically kept stumbling ahead into the stronger light, I realised that my fancy had been but feeble. This hall was no relic of crudity like the temples in the city above, but a monument of the most magnificent and exotic art. Rich, vivid, and daringly fantastic designs and pictures formed a continuous scheme of mural painting, whose lines and colours were beyond description. The cases were of a strange golden wood, with fonts of exquisite glass, and containing the mummified forms of creatures outreaching in grotesqueness the most chaotic dreams of man. To convey any idea of these monstrosities is impossible. They were of the reptile kind, with body lines suggesting sometimes the crocodile, sometimes the seal, but more often nothing of which either the naturalist or the paleontologist had ever heard. In size, they approximated a small man, and their forelegs bore delicate and evident feet curiously like human hands and fingers. But strangest of all were their heads, which presented a contour violating all known biological principles. To nothing can such things be well compared. In one flash I thought of comparisons as varied as the cat, the bulldog, the mythic satyr, and the human being. Not Jove himself had so colossal and protuberant a forehead, yet the horns and the noselessness and the alligator-like jaw placed the things outside all established categories. I debated for a time the reality of the mummies, half suspecting they were artificial idols, but soon decided they were indeed some Paleologian species, which had lived when the nameless city was alive. To crown their grotesqueness, most of them were gorgeously enrobed in the costliest of fabrics, and lavishly laden with ornaments of gold, jewels, and unknown shining metals. The importance of these crawling creatures must have been vast, for they held first place among the wild designs on the frescoed walls and ceiling. With matchless skill had the artists drawn them in a world of their own, wherein they had cities and gardens fashioned to suit their dimensions, and I could not help but think that their pictured history was allegorical, perhaps showing the progress of the race that worshipped them. These creatures, I said to myself, were to the men of the timeless city what the she-wolf was to Rome, or some totem beast is to a tribe of Indians. Casual, subtle racism from Lovecraft, but that's what we're here for. That's not what we're here for, but that's what we're getting. Holding this view, I could trace a wonderful epic of the nameless city, a tale of mighty seacoast metropolis that ruled the world before Africa rose out of the waves, and of its struggles as the sea shrank away, and the desert crept into the fertile valley that held it. I saw its wars and triumphs, its troubles and defeats, and afterwards its terrible fight against the desert, when thousands of its people, here represented in allegory by the grotesque reptiles, were driven to chisel their way down through the rocks in some marvellous manner to another world whereof their prophet had told them. It was all vividly weird and realistic, and its connection with the awesome descent I had made was unmistakable. I even recognised the passages. As I crept along the corridor toward the brighter light, I saw later stages of the painted epic. The leave-taking of the race that had dwelt in the nameless city and the valley around for 10 million years. The race whose souls shrank from quitting scenes their bodies had known so long, where they had settled as nomads in the earth's youth, hewing in the virgin rock those primal shrines at which they had never ceased to worship. Now that the light was better, I studied the pictures more closely, and, remembering that the strange reptiles must represent the unknown men, pondered upon the customs of the nameless city. Many things were peculiar and inexplicable. The civilization, which included a written alphabet, had seemingly risen to a higher order than those immeasurably later civilizations of Egypt and Chaldea. Yet there were curious omissions. I could, for example, find no pictures to represent deaths or funeral customs, save such as were related to wars, violence, and plagues, and I wondered at the reticence showing concerning natural death. It was as though an ideal of immortality had been fostered as a cheering illusion. Jacko, you heading off as well? Thank you for sticking around so long. Take it easy, rest well, have a good one. See you again soon. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Still nearer the end of the passage were painted scenes of the utmost picturesqueness and extravagance, contrasted views of the nameless city in its desertion and growing ruin, and of the strange new realm of paradise to which the race had hewed its way through the stone. In these views, the city and the desert valley were shown always by moonlight, golden nimbus hovering over the fallen walls, half revealing the splendid perfection of former times, shown spectrally and elusively by the artist. The paradisial scenes were almost too extravagant to be believed, portraying a hidden world of eternal day, filled with glorious cities and ethereal hills and valleys. At the very last, I thought I saw signs of an artistic anticlimax. The paintings were less skillful, and much more bizarre than even the wildest of the earlier scenes. They seemed to record a slow decadence of the ancient stock, coupled with growing ferocity towards the outside world from which it was driven by the desert. The forms of the people, always represented by the sacred reptiles, appeared to be gradually wasting away, as though their spirit, as shown hovering above the ruins by moonlight, gained in proportion. Emaciated priests, displayed as reptiles in ornate robes, cursed the upper air and all who breathed it. And one terrible final scene showed a primitive-looking man, perhaps a pioneer of ancient Irem, the city of pillars, torn to pieces by members of the elder race. I remember how the Arabs fear the nameless city, and was glad that beyond this place the grey walls and ceiling were bare. As I viewed the pageant of mural history, I had approached very closely the very end of the low-ceilinged hall, and was aware of a gate through which came all of the illuminating phosphorescence. Creeping up to it, I cried aloud in transcendent amazement at what lay beyond, for instead of other and brighter chambers, there was only an illimitable void of uniform radiance, as one might fancy when gazing down from the peak of Mount Everest upon a sea of sunlit mist. Behind me was a passage so cramped that I could not stand upright in it. Before me was an infinity of subterranean effulgence. Reaching down from the passage into the abyss was the head of a steep flight of steps, small, numerous steps like those of black passages I had traversed. But after a few feet, the glowing vapours concealed everything. Swung back open against the left-hand wall of the passage was a massive door of brass, incredibly thick and decorated with fantastic bas-reliefs, which could, if closed, shut the whole inner world of light away from the vaults and passages of rock. I looked at the steps, and for the nonce, dared not to try them. I touched the open brass door and could not move it. Then I sank prone to the stone floor, my mind aflame with prodigious reflections which not even a death-like exhaustion could banish. As I lay still with closed eyes, free to ponder, many things I had lightly noted in the frescoes came back to me, with new and terrible significance. Scenes representing the nameless city in its heyday, the vegetation of the valley around it, and the distant lands with which its merchants traded. The allegory of the crawling creatures puzzled me by its universal prominence, and I wondered that it would be so closely followed in a pictured history of such importance. In the frescoes of the nameless city, it had been shown in proportions fitted to the reptiles. I wondered what its real proportions and magnificence had been, and reflected a moment on certain oddities I had noted in the ruins. I thought curiously of the lowness of the primal temples, and of the underground corridor, which were doubtless hewn thus out of deference to the reptile deities they are honoured, though it perforce reduced the worshippers to crawling. Perhaps the very rites here involved a crawling in imitation of the creatures. No religious theory, however, could easily explain why the level passages in that awesome descent should be as low as the temples, or lower, since one could not even kneel in it. As I thought of the crawling creatures, whose hideous, mummified forms were so close to me, I felt a new throb of fear. Mental associations are curious, and I shrank from the idea that, except for the poor primitive man torn to pieces in the last painting, mine was the only human form amidst the many relics and symbols of primordial life. But as always, in my strange and roving existence, wonder soon drove out fear, for the luminous abyss and what it might contain presented a problem worthy of the greatest explorer. That a weird world of mystery lay far down that flight of peculiarly small steps, I could not doubt. And I hoped to find there those human memorials which the painted corridor had failed to give. The frescoes had pictured unbelievable cities and valleys in this lower realm, and my fancy dwelt on the rich and colossal ruins that awaited me. My fears indeed concerned the past rather than the future. Not even the physical horror of my position in that cramped corridor of dead reptiles and antediluvian frescoes, miles below the world I knew, and faced by another world of eerie light and mist, could match the lethal dread I felt at the abysmal antiquity of the scene and its soul. An ancientness so vast that measurement as feeble seemed to leer down from the primal stones and rock-hewn temples of the nameless city, while the very latest of the astounding maps in the frescoes eschewed oceans and continents that man has forgotten, with only here and there some vaguely familiar outline of what could have happened in the geological ages since the paintings ceased and the death-hating race resentfully succumbed to decay. No man might say. Life had once teemed in these caverns, and in the luminous realm beyond. Now I was alone, with vivid relics, and I trembled to think of the countless ages through which these relics had kept a silent, deserted vigil. Suddenly, there came another burst of that acute fear which had intermittently seized me ever since I first saw the terrible valley and the nameless city under a cold moon, and despite my exhaustion, I found myself starting frantically to a sitting posture and gazing back along the black corridor towards the tunnels that rose to the outer world. My sensations were like those which had made me shun the nameless city at night, and were as inexplicable as they were poignant. In another moment, however, I received a still greater shock in the form of a definite sound, the first which had broken the utter silence of these tomb-like depths. It was a deep, low moaning, as of a distant throng of condemned spirits, and came from the direction in which I was staring. Its volume rapidly grew, till it soon reverberated frightfully through the low passage, and at the same time I became conscious of an increasing draught of cold air, likewise flowing from the tunnels and the city above. The touch of this air seemed to restore my balance, for I instantly recalled the sudden gusts which had risen around the mouth of the abyss each sunset and sunrise, one of which had indeed revealed the hidden tunnels to me. I looked at my watch and saw that sunrise was near, so braced myself to resist the gale that was sweeping down to its cavern home as it had swept forth that evening. My fear again waned low, since a natural phenomenon tends to dispel broodings over the unknown. More and more madly poured the shrieking, moaning night wind into the gulf of the inner earth. I dropped prone again, and clutched vainly at the floor for fear of being swept bodily through the open gate to the phosphorescent abyss. Such fury I had not expected, and as I grew aware of an actual slipping of my form towards the abyss, I was beset by 1,000 new terrors of apprehension and imagination. The malignancy of the blast awakened incredible fancies. Once more I compared myself shudderingly to the only human image in that frightful corridor, the man who was torn to pieces by the nameless race, for in the fiendish clawing of the swirling currents there seemed to abide a vindictive rage, all the stronger because it was largely impotent. I think I screamed frantically near the last. I was almost mad. But if I did so, my cries were lost in the hell-born babel of the howling wind wraiths. I tried to crawl against the murderous, invisible torrent, but I could not even hold my own as I was pushed slowly and inexorably toward the unknown world. Finally, reason must have wholly snapped, for I fell to babbling over and over that unexplainable couplet of the mad Arab Alhazred, who dreamed of the nameless city, that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. Only the grim, brooding desert gods know what really took place, and what indescribable struggles and scrambles in the dark I endured, or what Abaddon guided me back to life, where I must always remember and shiver in the night wind till oblivion, or worse, claims me. Monstrous, unnatural, colossal was the thing, too far beyond all the ideas of man to be believed, except in the silent, damnable small hours of the morning when one cannot sleep. I have said that the fury of the rushing blast was infernal, cacody, maniacal, and that its voices were hideous with the pent-up viciousness of desolate eternities. Presently, these voices, while still chaotic before me, seemed to my beating brain to take articulate form behind me, and down there in the grave of unnumbered eon-dead antiquities, leagues below the dawn-lit world of men, I heard the ghastly cursing and snarling of strange-tongued fiends. Turning, I saw outlined against the luminous ether of the abyss that could not be seen against the dark of the corridor, a nightmare horde of rushing devils. Hate distorted, grotesquely panoplied, half-transparent devils of a race no man might mistake, the crawling reptiles of the nameless city. And as the wind died away, I was plunged into the ghoul-pulled darkness of Earth's bowels. For behind the last of the creatures, the great brazen door clanged shut, with a deafening peal of metallic music, whose reverberations swelled out to the distant world to hail the rising sun, as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. The Nameless City. One thing can definitely be said for Lovecraft. He's a verbose writer. He definitely likes his very large and complex words and descriptions for things. He definitely is. He definitely is. Very wordy, very... definitely one to show off his large vocabulary. I mean, I can't really judge that. I like my own vocabulary. My goodness. So yeah, kind of a long story short, there be monsters under the sands. You really put some energy into it there at the end, gave me some goosebumps. Good to hear. Good to hear. Although I slightly exhausted my voice by the end. I need some water. I need some water. Fortunately, I have plenty. I have plenty. Shall we find another? Shall we find another? I see that we frightened off some potential viewers. Understandable. He is quite verbose. It's not necessarily... I don't think reading Lovecraft is necessarily a performance art, I would say. I don't think I would call it a performance art. Maybe some people do like readings. I mean, I like doing the readings. Can't deny. Can't deny I like doing the readings. But, yeah, not the kind of thing that would be done on stage, perhaps. But you know what? We're having some fun here. Maybe we'll read some more. I think I might do Dagon. It felt more like a documentation than a performance art. Yeah, it is quite like a documentation. Because this is a nameless explorer who's documenting his experience discovering a nameless city in Arabia. And discovering the fact that it may be an ancient race of reptilian creatures that built and dwelt in the city before humans evolved. And that are still living down there. It's still a living society. Living people in this world underground. This is the kind of thing that Lovecraft writes about. He writes about, if you're not familiar with him, he writes about these kinds of horror. The idea, like it's an Enlightenment concept that humanity rather, understands the universe, or can understand the universe. But Lovecraft primarily writes about things that man cannot know, or things that man should not know. That's what he writes about. That's his style of horror. That's what he writes about. Of creatures from before human existence. And just pointing out how small humans are on the galactic scale. In the grand scheme of things, humans are very small. We're limited to one small world, one small window of time on this planet. And how much more of a universe is out there. And the idea that the universe does not care about our existence. That there is stuff out there that will make absolutely no sense to our primitive understanding of the universe. What it means to be alive. There's more out there than just our own experience. And it's not necessarily good. That's his kind of horror. That's kind of the broad themes. Also plays into just general personal fears, like especially in his earlier writings. He was very xenophobic. He was afraid of different cultures. He was afraid of the changing times. He was afraid of outsiders. He was afraid of strangers generally. He was just afraid of everybody who was not basically, to put it bluntly, like straight white male in a lot of senses. But something that I've learned, it's not something that I'm directly exposed to myself. I can appreciate it, certainly. But I don't think I have a claim to say that I understand it personally. A lot of people... Well, no, tell a lie. I can't actually relate to it personally. Bear with me a moment. Okay, it is late. I will have to keep my voice down a little bit more as the evening wears on. It is quite late. But yeah, something that he does write about. Something I've noticed is that a lot of people who feel like outsiders to society, whether this is, due to their personal circumstances or matters of their identity, whether gender, sexual, what have you, despite Lovecraft himself being not, especially at the start, not the most tolerant of people, or like racial minorities as well, a lot of people I've heard can actually relate to the sensation of being an outsider, of that horror in the way that the world is. Not necessarily in that, the world is a horrible place. It can be at times, perhaps. But a lot of people... I don't know, a lot of people can find just kind of a kinship there. They can relate to him. Or they can relate to the stories that he has. I don't know. I've maybe had a little bit too much whiskey to be able to make full sense of... Probably had a little bit too much whiskey to make full sense of the thought that's there. There's an absolutely brilliant video by H. Bomber Guy where he looks at an adaptation of Shadow over Innsmouth, that when he was younger, when he was a teenager, he was into Lovecraft, and he watched it, and he was like, there's no monsters in this. There's no monsters. Where's the monster? Where's the horror? And he just did not appreciate it. But as he realized that, how to put it? I'm not going to put it in a very sensitive way. But when he kind of realized he was gotten older, that his gender, not his gender, is I think it was just his sexual preferences, because I think he's bi, maybe he's gay, I'm not sure. But as he realized that was part of his identity, he revisited this movie. I forget exactly what the adaptation's called. He revisited it, and he eventually ended up making a video on it. It's a fascinating video that goes on to say that this is how to do a Lovecraft adaptation in the modern day and make it relevant to a lot of people in modern society, especially in those regards, because it perfectly encapsulated how it feels to be an outsider. To put it simply, it's been a long time since I've watched that video, over a year, I think. But it does a good job of describing how it feels to be an outsider, to be different from the people around you, and how it feels to be that kind of an outsider. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people can relate to that in a lot of ways. A lot of people do feel like an outsider. A lot of people do feel like they're different from the people around them in many ways. So yeah, I'd recommend the video. It's a very good video. H-Bomber Guy on YouTube. I'd recommend checking him out. But yeah, shall we do another? I think I can do another one before I'm done for the evening. I can definitely do another one. At the very least, I can do another one. We'll go for a shorter one. The last one was 10 pages. This one's 4 pages. 4 or 5 pages. We'll do that. Were you an outsider? In several ways I was, actually. In several ways I was. Like, for a lot of... how to put it? Excuse me. Here, like in a lot of places and cultures, there's a bit of an expectation on young men in general, to be very much alpha males. You know, they want to be, you know, the center of attention. They want to command respect. They want to show off. They want to peacock. This kind of thing. You know, they want to be the big guy. They want to be the center of attention. That kind of thing. And that was definitely not what I was about. I was definitely... I mean, come on, I'm a scientist. We tend to be, you know, aside from the couple of superstar scientists that are out there, we tend to be quite a bit more introverted, withdrawn, you know, just observing the world around us and maybe wrapped up in our own worlds. And that's definitely me. That's definitely me. I've always liked being within my own head. I don't mind being by myself. I don't mind not being in the centre of a crowd. I quite like my own company. Not all the time. Not all the time. I do like socialising. I'm not some kind of... I'm not a loner, I would say. I'm not a loner, by any stretch. But I'm comfortable being by myself. More than comfortable being by myself. So I never felt the need to try and, you know, show off for the group. And because I didn't play by those same rules, I, at times, felt a bit left out, or that people didn't include me, kind of thing. That kind of thing. So, I don't know, I suppose it's kind of inevitable that at some point, when spending enough time around other people who were quite similar to me, I got into some, like, writing and reading circles in my mid to late teens. And it was through them that I got pointed towards Lovecraft. And when I ended up reading the Lovecraft stories, I mean, I'm not going to say that they completely changed my life, because they didn't affect me that much. I would say anime has had more of an influence on me, as much as anime's had an influence. But there's definitely something about these stories that calls to me. There's... For more than just the outsider aspect of it, it's just the idea of there being knowledge that we don't know, and the question of whether we can know all knowledge. The Call of Mal. Maybe. But yeah, no, I definitely feel like an outsider growing up. I definitely felt like an outsider. As time's gone on, now do I feel like an outsider? I suppose I can still feel a bit like an outsider these days. I don't feel like as much of an outsider, I would say. I would say, personally, I would say I'm more comfortable. I'm more comfortable about myself. I'm more comfortable in myself. I don't feel like an outsider. I don't feel like I'm intentionally being left out. I don't feel like I'm irrevocably different from people. Not that I ever did quite feel like that, but you know, the feeling can be there at times. So yeah, Lovecraft is definitely relatable. There's definitely relatable. So Shadow over Innsmouth is an interesting one. It's one that resonates quite well with me. I'm not going to read it today because it's a bit of a long one, but I'd recommend it. Something that I should mention, actually, since we're all here, the reason I've been able to read all these poems, the Burns poems, and I've been able to read Lovecraft, they're all now public domain. They're all public domain, so I've been able to recite them, and I've been able to read them. I'm able to do so. So I have been able to. So if you do want, you can actually find the entire collection of Lovecraft's stories online. There are tons of websites dedicated to them. There are probably, I wouldn't be surprised if there was free audiobooks for them. You can find them out there. And I would recommend it. I'd really recommend it. My favourite book to read. If we're talking Lovecraft, my favourite story is At the Mountains of Madness. At the Mountains of Madness is probably my favourite Lovecraft. It's basically the story of an Antarctic expedition gone horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. I'd really recommend it. It's a fantastic read. It's one of his longer stories, but it's a really good one. My favourite book to read generally? If we're talking generally, I like The Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings is brilliant. I really need to reread it. I've not read it in too long. I've not watched the movies in a long time. Like YouTube clickbait tier horribly wrong. No, worse. Like in the actual, this is an incredible story, kind of horribly wrong. It's quite similar to The Nameless City that I just read. So if you enjoyed the story there at all, I'd say, if you enjoyed what it touched on, I'd say give At the Mountains of Madness a read. It's really interesting. I like it. If we're talking more general books that have influenced me, His Dark Materials series by Philip Pullman. It's very much inspired by Paradise Lost in a lot of ways. It recently also got made into a TV adaptation, an adaptation for TV by the BBC, which is absolutely fantastic. I've only seen most of the first season. I really should catch up on the rest of it, but it's a fantastic series, fantastic story. I need to pick up the second part of it. It is fantastic. If there is a kind of children's young adult story that influenced me more than any other, it's that one. It's that series. I'd really recommend reading it. It's a fantastic read. Absolutely fantastic read. And I still have the second one of the prequel series to read. It's sitting there taunting me on my bookcase. I should read it. I should definitely read it. I've had it over a year now. If we're talking anime books... As far as novels are concerned, it would have to be the Monogatari series. I love the Monogatari series. As far as manga, I'd say somewhere between Lucky Star and Cardcaptor Sakura are probably the most influential anime on me. Probably the most influential overall. And for anime, Code Geass is probably up there. There's many, many others, but I love Code Geass. Love Code Geass. Many classics. Many classics. I do so enjoy them. I do so enjoy them. Right. Shall we read Dagon? I think we'll... Actually, how long is the Cats of Ulthar? How long is that one? Because I do like that one as well. The Cats of Ulthar is 3 pages. Okay, we'll do Dagon. We'll do Dagon, and then I think we'll do the Cats of Ulthar. And then maybe I'll look at calling the stream, because we've been going on for nearly 4 hours now. Nearly 4 hours. And this has been fantastic. This has been a fantastic stream. I've been loving it. I've really been loving it. Thank you all for... Thank you... It's premature, but thank you all for coming. I do appreciate you coming to celebrate with me. Alrighty. Shall we break into Dagon? I think we'll break into Dagon. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more. Penniless, and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realise, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death. It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell to a victim of the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation, so that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal, indeed, was the discipline of our captors, that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator. Of the longitude, I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship, or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue. The change happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested, was continuous. When at last I awaked, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished. for there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid, with the carcasses of decaying fish and other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing, and nothing in sight, save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost as black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realised that only one theory could explain my position. Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions which, for innumerable millions of years, had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me, that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, strain my ears as I might. Nor were there any seafowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness, and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for travelling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but a little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning, I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odour of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight and evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a faraway hummock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day still travelled towards the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I had first espied it. By the fourth evening I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance, an intervening valley setting it out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again, and in the glow of the moon I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me, but I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon, whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illume. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror rang curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost and Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent, whilst, after a drop of a few hundred feet, the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyse, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian depths where no light had yet penetrated. All at once, my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me. An object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself, but I was conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express, for despite its enormous magnitude, and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm, and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding in and out of sight, in both directions, and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics, unknown to me, and unlike anything I had ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water, on account of their enormous size, was an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of a Doré. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least a certain sort of men, though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage to some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or a Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seemed to have been chiselled badly out of proportion with their scenic background, for one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe. Some tribe whose last descendants had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal men was born. Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then I saw it. With only a slight churning to mark its rise to the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, Polyphemus-like, and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung its gigantic scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave to vent certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent of the slope and cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal, and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm some time after I reached the boat. At any rate, I know that I heard peals of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in a San Francisco hospital, brought thither by the captain of the American ship which had picked me up in my boat mid-ocean. In my delirium I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing, nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon such a thing which I knew they could not believe. Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist, and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god, but soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease, and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So, now I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information or the contemptuous amusement of my fellow men. Often I ask myself if it could not all have been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever, as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat after my escape from the German man-of-war. This I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likeness on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down in their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind. Of a day when the land shall sink and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear a noise at the door, as of some immense slippery body slumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand! The window! The window! And that's it. Fishmeep is heading to bed. Yes, it has gotten late. Thank you for watching, Fishmeep. Thank you for watching. Rest well. I hope you can. Rest well. Rest well. Quite the read. For four pages. For slightly over 4 pages. That's quite a read. It is quite the read. I do like Lovecraft. For all he's verbose. For all he is very verbose, very wordy. He's an interesting read. Very interesting read. I'm starting to flag myself. You may be glad to hear, Fish. You may be glad to hear that I'm getting quite tired myself. I did have plans. There are several other stories I would have liked to share tonight. But I'm a bit worried. They're a bit long. They're a bit long, and I'm a bit tired. So I may have to draw an end to things. But you know, I think I might be able to squeeze out another little one. The Cats of Ulthar is less than 3 pages long. Less than 3 pages long. I think we could read The Cats of Ulthar. It's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one, actually. What we say? One more. You know what? Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take another quick break. I'm going to nip to the bathroom. And then we'll read one more little story. We'll have a little bit of chat. And then we'll wind down a little, okay? That sound like a plan to you guys? I think it sounds like a good plan to me. I think it does sound like a good plan to me. So I'll head off just now. But I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Maybe not even that. Just a quick run. Be patient for me, will ya? I'll be back in a mo. Look at you all, patient people. Thank you for being with me. Thank you all. Yeah, I'm back. I am back. What do we think? Another little Lovecraft. One more little Lovecraft story. Maybe, I don't know, is this the kind of thing that will make you think twice about your pet cat? Somehow I doubt it. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've read this one, to be entirely honest. It's been a while. But it's interesting. It's an interesting one. One more read. I think. Thank you, Ritsu. Thank you, Ritsu. But yeah, no, I'm starting to flag a little. We'll have one more story. We'll have one more little story before I call it for the night. One more story. One more story will do us. And then we'll call it. We'll have a little chat, maybe a little wind down chat, but we'll call it. We'll call it. The Cats of Ulthar. It is said that in Ulthar, which lies beyond the river Skye, no man may kill a cat. And this I can verily believe, as I gaze upon him who sitteth purring before the fire. For the cat is cryptic, and close to strange things which men cannot see. He is the soul of unique Egyptus, and bearer of tales from forgotten cities in Meroe and Ophir. He is the king of the jungle's lords, and heir to the secrets of hoary and sinister Africa. The Sphinx is his cousin, and he speaks her language. But he is more ancient than the Sphinx, and remembers that which she hath forgotten. In Ulthar, before ever the burgesses forbade the killing of cats, there dwelt an old cotter and his wife, who delighted to trap and slay the cats of their neighbours. Why they did this, I know not, save that many hate the voice of the cat in the night, and take it ill that cats should run stealthily about yards and gardens at twilight. But whatever the reason, this old man and woman took pleasure in trapping and slaying every cat which came near to their hovel, and from some of the sounds heard after dark, many villagers fancied that the manner of slaying was exceedingly peculiar. But the villagers did not discuss such things with the old man and his wife, because of the habitual expression on the weathered faces of the two, and because their cottage was so small and so darkly hidden under spreading oaks at the back of a neglected yard. In truth, much as the owners of cats hated these odd folk, they feared them more, and instead of berating them as brutal assassins, merely took care that no cherished pet or mouser should stray towards the remote hovel under the dark trees. And when, through some unavoidable oversight, a cat was missed, and sounds heard after dark, the loser would lament impotently, or console himself by thanking fate that it was not one of his children who had thus vanished. For the people of Ulthar were simple, and knew not whence it is all cats first came. One day, a caravan of strange wanderers from the south entered the narrow cobbled streets of Ulthar. Dark wanderers they were, and unlike the other roving folk who passed through the village twice every year. In the marketplace, they told fortunes for silver, and bought gay beads from the merchants. What was the land of these wanderers none could tell, but it was seen that they were given to strange prayers, and that they had painted on the sides of their wagons strange figures with human bodies and the heads of cats, hawks, rams, and lions. And the leader of the caravan wore a headdress with 2 horns and a curious disc betwixt the horns. There was, in this singular caravan, a little boy with no father or mother, but only a tiny black kitten to cherish. The plague had not been kind to him, yet had left him this small furry thing to mitigate his sorrow. And when one is very young, one can find great relief in the lively antics of a black kitten. So when the boy, whom the dark people called Menes, smiled more often than he wept as he sat playing with his graceful kitten on the steps of an oddly painted wagon. On the 3rd morning of the wanderer's stay in Ulthar, Menes could not find his kitten, and as he sobbed aloud in the marketplace, certain villagers told him of the old man and his wife, and of sounds heard in the night. And when he heard these things, his sobbing gave place to meditation, and finally to prayer. He stretched out his arms toward the sun, and prayed in a tongue no villager could understand, though indeed the villagers did not try very hard to understand, since their attention was mostly taken up by the sky and the odd shapes the clouds were assuming. It was very peculiar, but as the little boy uttered his petition, there seemed to form overhead the shadowy, nebulous figures of exotic things, of hybrid creatures crowned with horn-flanked discs. Nature is full of such illusions to impress the imaginative. That night, the wanderers left Ulthar and were never seen again, and the householders were troubled when they noticed that all in the village there was not a cat to be found. From each hearth, the familiar cat had vanished. Cats large and small, black, grey, striped, yellow and white. Old Crannan, the burgomaster, swore that the dark folk had taken the cats away in revenge for killing of Menes' kitten, and cursed the caravan and the little boy. But Nith, the lean notary, declared that the old cotter and his wife were more likely persons to suspect, for their hatred of cats was notorious and increasingly bold. Still, no one durst complain to the sinister couple, even when little Atal, the innkeeper's son, vowed that he had at twilight seen all the cats of Ulthar in that accursed yard under the trees, pacing very slowly and solemnly in a circle around the cottage, 2 abreast, as if in performance of some unheard of rite of beasts. The villagers did not know how much to believe from so small a boy, and though they feared that the evil pair had charmed the cats to their death, they preferred not to chide the old cotter till they met him outside his dark and repellent yard. So Ulthar went to sleep in vain anger, and when the people awakened at dawn, behold! Every cat was back at his accustomed hearth. Large and small, black, grey, striped, yellow and white, none was missing. Very sleek and fat did the cats appear, and sonorous with purring content. The citizens talked with one another of the affair, and marvelled not a little, Old Crannan again insisted that it was the dark folk who had taken them, since Cat did not return alive from the cottage of the ancient man and his wife. But all agreed on one thing, that the refusal of all the cats to eat their portions of meat or to drink their saucers of milk was exceedingly curious. And for 2 whole days, the sleek, lazy cats of Ulthar would touch no food, but only doze by the fire or in the sun. It was fully a week before the villagers noticed that no lights were appearing at dusk in the windows of the cottage under the trees. Then the lean Nith remarked that no one had seen the old man or his wife since the night the cats were away. In another week, the Burgomeister decided to overcome his fears and call at the strangely silent dwelling as a matter of duty, though in so doing he was careful to take with him Shang the blacksmith and Thul the cutter of stone as witnesses. And when they had broken down the frail door, they found only this: 2 cleanly picked human skeletons on the earthen floor, and a number of singular beetles crawling in the shadowy corners. There was subsequently much talk among the burgesses of Ulthar. Zath, the coroner, disputed at length with Nith, the lean notary, and Crannan and Shang and Thul were overwhelmed with questions. Even little Atal, the innkeeper's son, was closely questioned and given a sweetmeat as reward. They talked of the old cotter and his wife, of the caravan of dark wanderers, of small Menez and his black kitten, of the prayer Menez and of the sky during that prayer, of the doings of the cats on the night the caravan left, and what was later found in the cottage under the dark trees in the repellent yard. And in the end, the burgesses passed that remarkable law, which is told of by traders in Hatheg and discussed by travellers in Near, namely, that in Ulthar no man may kill a cat. Ritsu heading off to do some raids. Thanks for the congratulations. Thanks for the congratulations. Take it easy. Rest well. Much deserved, I'm sure. Enjoy your raids. Do enjoy those raids. So yeah, what do we think of those short entries in Lovecraftian horror, eh? What do we think? Very wordy. I like the last one. I like the Cats of Ulthar. It reads very much like a normal fairy tale. Like, you could expect that kind of thing to make its way into Grimm's Tales, couldn't you? I think you could. I think you absolutely could expect that to make its way into Grimm Tales. It's a good story. I like that story. Everyone, double check your cats. Be careful about them. It's a good read. It's a good read. What do you think about Lovecraftian horror? If you've never been exposed to it, what do you think? What do you think of it? I quite like it. I need to dip my toe into more. I've not read all of Lovecraft, to be honest. Like, quite a lot of the stories, I've basically looked at the names of the titles and thought, right, am I going to enjoy this? The Dunwich Horror is one of the big ones. It's probably one of the most well-known ones. The Mountains of Madness, The Call of Cthulhu, The Coloured of Space. These ones are probably some of the more common ones. Makes you want to read again. Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, no, I haven't actually read that much in recent years. I've not even caught up with the Monogatari novels as they've been coming out. I haven't actually. But what do you think? What do you think? I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. But do you think people would enjoy some more readings from me? whether Lovecraft or some poetry or some fairy tales or some, like, what was it, like, there was some Norse legends suggested earlier on. Legends from, like, well, it was God of War that was suggested to me earlier on. Do you think people might want to hear some more readings from me? You enjoyed it. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed some story time. I enjoyed being able to read. Although, I do have to say, going on 4.5 hours now of of speaking constantly for 4.5 hours. Yeah, my voice is starting to get it a bit. But you know, I think this has been like the longest stream I've done for a good while anyway, that's just been chatting. Because I know I like them. I know I like doing them. And I know that some people seem to have a lot of appetite for me just talking. But this is the first time I've done it for a while, so it's been good. I've enjoyed it. I still have quite a large volume of whiskey in my bottle. I didn't drink very much, actually. I mean, like, I've drank maybe... how many? 5, 6, 7... I don't know. The equivalent of maybe... I don't know, maybe up to about 10 shots worth. But it's been good. It's been good. I've really enjoyed tonight. I really honestly have. I don't know, maybe I'll tackle one of the longer stories. Maybe I'll set a stream aside and just read some more Lovecraft. Maybe I'll guerrilla it. I'm quite terrible for planning guerrilla streams. I can't deny, I've been quite terrible for it. The last several weeks I've been saying on my schedule, yeah, I'll do a guerrilla stream, probably Saturday, and then not do it. But yeah, if some people would be interested, I can definitely do some more reading. By all means, if there's something that you would like me to read, as long as it's like royalty free or public domain, I could definitely look at doing a reading stream at some point. I've been wanting to do a stream like this for a while. I've been really looking forward to it. I thought I would do more, to be honest. Like, through October, I expected to do a lot more spooky just chatting streams. But didn't end up going that way. There's still some time, we're only at the 22nd. Maybe, what were we going to do Sunday? Oh yeah, Sunday. I was thinking about doing the Lovecraft visual novel. Maybe we'll do that. And then contrast the Eldritch God waifus with some actual readings from H.P. Lovecraft. There's plenty more good stories here. Let's see, actually, which ones did I read? I read The Cats of Ulthar and the Nameless City. That is about 13 pages or so. And I think I spent somewhere in the region of, like, I don't know, like an hour and a bit reading them. Which gives me like a rough estimate of how long it would take to read some stories. The Call of Cthulhu is 25 pages, my goodness. The Dunwich Horror, 34 pages. Some of these may be a bit too long to read, like in a single stream, but I could definitely look at doing them spread across a couple of streams. That could be something I could do. Because they do break into chapters. Definitely the Mountains of Madness do. It does. Shadow over Innsmouth, 51 pages? I had no idea it was that long. But it is very much more a long form story. It's a very long story. But it's good. It's very good. I love Lovecraft. I'll probably revisit it. Herbert West Reanimator, I think, would be a very appropriate one for me to be reading. So we'll see, shall we? We'll see. Maybe I'll do some more. Maybe I will do some more. But yeah, by all means, let me know what you think. Let me know if you'd like to see some more reading streams. More streams of me reading things that I'm able to stream. I'd be very interested to see if there was any appetite for that. I absolutely would. But this has been a fantastic stream. Absolutely fantastic stream. How about? Do androids dream of electric sheep? Is Asimov's stuff public domain? I don't think his stuff is public domain yet. He passed away in 1992, so no. Sadly, I don't think his stuff is public domain, so I won't be able to read it. I will not be able to read it because it's not public domain. That is a problem. I could read the great... Is it the Great Game or is it the Greatest Game? The Greatest Game ever played. No. The Great Game is a book. That's not the one I'm thinking of. Wikipedia actually does have a list of book, like every single year. Wikipedia has a list of books that move into the public domain. Let's see, Wikipedia public domain. I can't spell. That's how I know I've been drinking too much. Public domain books. 2021. No, 2020. Wait, we're in 20. I lost track of what year we were in for a second there. We're in 2021. Let's see. Yep, 2021 in public domain. Let's see. Where is it? There's a very good book that I've heard is very influential. Where are we? Oh, no way! You're kidding me! Some books by George Orwell have gone into public domain. Actually, I think all of George Orwell's books have gone public domain. Yeah, they have. Animal Farm, 1984. Oh, hell yes! Oh, that's brilliant. Orwell, hell to the yeah. Yeah, yeah, it will be another, let's see, another 40 years or so before Asimov's work are public domain. Another 40 years or so until then, sadly. But you know, one day, I doubt I'll be here to read them, sadly. Let's see, where is the other story? Let's see. There was a very interesting one. There's a particular one that stuck out for me. Where is it? Oh, Tarzan. Tarzan is officially public domain. The original book of Tarzan is public domain now. Edgar Rice Burroughs was the original writer of Tarzan. So yeah, if you want now, you can write a Tarzan story. You can write a Tarzan story if you want. And Disney can't do anything to stop you, as long as you don't lean too heavily on Disney's own work. If it's an adaptation of the original writing, then yes, you absolutely can write Tarzan, if you want. That's totally a thing. I really like this, actually. Like, every year, I say every year, the last couple of years, I've taken a look at the books that were written and, like, the authors who died in how many is it, 65 years ago for these books? And seeing what stories are there, and then thinking, right, what of these are going to be turned into an actual book? Which of these are going to be turned into movies just because they've gone public domain now. That would be really interesting. So far, I don't think I've seen any really stand out, but then I've not really been looking, to be fair. Oh, All Quiet on the Western Front. The book All Quiet on the Western Front is now public domain. Let's see, life plus 50 years. Yes. So, yeah. They seem to be in public domain. What else do we have? There's several other ones. It's actually really interesting reading through the public domain works. There's so many interesting stories that work their way out and they end up coming across. Public domain in Australia. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Maybe someday I'll do like my own rendition of some of these public domain works. That could be fun. I mean, I would... Oh! No way! Harry Lauder's Roman and the Gloamin'? No way! Actually, no way. Roman and the Gloamin' by Harry Lauder is now public domain this year. Roman and the gloamin' and on the bonny banks of Clyde. Roman and the gloamin' with a lassie by my side. When the sun has gone to rest, that's the time that we love best. Oh, it's lovely Roman and the gloamin'. There's a lovely wee Scots song. Roman and the gloamin'. The song tells of a man and his sweet heart courting in the evening. I've heard this song. I know this song. It has been resung. In popular culture, Gabby Hart. If you're a fan of baseball, Gabby Hartnell's clutch home run for the Chicago Cubs late in the 1938 baseball season, when the game was at risk of being cancelled on account of darkness, was dubbed Homer and the Gloamin'. Interesting. The song was sung by Harry Coombs, played by Art Carnery, to his beloved cat Tonto, as Tonto passes away near the end of Harry and Tonto. Oh well, that's a slight spoiler from a movie that came out in 1974. That's a thing, I suppose. But yeah, here we got more Scots. Well, that's lovely. Harry Lauder, Sir Harry Lauder. Written 1911. Roman and the gloamin' on the bonny banks of Clyde. Yeah, that's absolutely Scots. That's 1,000,000% Scots. I love that. That's fantastic. Animal Farm, public domain. Wow. That's really interesting to me. That's really interesting. But yeah, by all means, if you're in any way creative, have a look at like the works that have become public domain, and see if there's anything that's interesting to you. See if there's anything that could be interesting to you. It'd be interesting to see what people can create, and what people can do with these stories that were written so long ago. Like maybe a new version of the story, or a new version of the painting or the art that was produced. You can now do it. It is now public domain. It belongs to the world. Go have fun with it. There's a lot of interesting stuff out there. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The silent war film. Based on the Spanish novel. Wow. I love it. I love it. Let's see, public domain 2020, was it the 2020 one that I remember seeing? 2020 in public domain. Yeah, this seems a bit more familiar. This seems more familiar to me. The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell. That's it. The Most Dangerous Game, that's it. The story features a big game hunter from New York City who falls off a yacht and swims to what seems to be an abandoned and isolated island in the Caribbean, where he is hunted by a Russian aristocrat. The story is inspired by the big game hunting safaris in Africa and South America, and were particularly fashionable among wealthy Americans in the 1920s. And apparently there have been several movie adaptations. It has been called the most popular short story ever written in English. Very interesting, eh? It was actually referenced in Fallout 3, actually. In the... what's it called? The Point Lookout DLC. The Point Lookout DLC actually featured a reference to the most dangerous game. It did, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Yeah, it's you go into this fighting arena and you have to fight off waves of ghouls. But it's an interesting little quest. But yeah, I should really wrap up. I've just discovered the Mal watch image that is on Twitter, and my goodness, that certainly is a beautiful Mal right there. Looks respectfully. I am not made for looking respectfully, okay? I am not made for looking respectfully. One does not look at Mal respectfully. Okay, I finally got around to looking at it. Fish, if you're still here, I got around to looking at it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, okay, I think I need to call the stream here, because I've become quite tired. But this has been absolutely fantastic. An absolutely fantastic day. Absolutely fantastic stream as well. I've really enjoyed it. I really have enjoyed it. I want to thank literally everybody who's came by, whether you've been here the whole stream, whether you've been here just when you happen to drop by. Like, everyone who's supported me, everyone who's supported Amberglow in general. Just everyone. Just thank you all so much for all the support. It is humbling, honestly, that so many people have been willing to just chill out and hang and just listen to me doing poetry readings, story readings, you know, and just celebrate with me. Just celebrate, I suppose, my success for a given degree of success, and celebrating everyone who's been supporting me, whether it's been through follows, whether it's been through donations, subscriptions, what have you. Just thank everyone. Thank you everyone for all of the support. And yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. This weekend we have so much to look forward to. We have the voice pack being revealed. I'm gonna find something to do on Sunday. I'm gonna stream Sunday. You know what? I'm gonna have some energy, so maybe I'll do a little guerrilla stream on Saturday evening. For real this time. I have a lot of stuff I need to do in Minecraft. So I need to do some stuff in Minecraft. I absolutely do. But yeah, I think with that all having been said, thank you all so much. And I'm going to call the stream here. I look forward to sleeping. I look forward to sleeping tonight. If I can. If I can. Some of those horror stories were, I don't know, not enough to keep me awake at night, but you never know. You never know. They are a bit intense. But yeah, thank you everyone. I'm going to run through some people I want to thank real quickly. I'm going to thank Doranex, Conico, Fishmeep, Lexi, you've been around for a good while. Ritsu, thank you so much. Yoshi, you've been around from basically the start of the stream. Yoshi, thank you so much. Who else do we got? Jacko, yeah, you dropped out. That's another person that's dropped out. Anyone still here? Anyone still here and wanting a shout out? By all means, say hello. I'll see you. I'll shout you out. I'll thank you personally. Thank you to Siolan for the offline raid. Thank you to Jura. Thank you to Jura for dropping by too. Who else? Who else? Who else? I know Chelsea was in earlier on. Thank you, Chelsea. Who else? Who else? Who else? Plenty of people have been here. I know they have. Conico, I should thank you too. Oh, there's more people that I need to thank than I am able to thank, honestly. Just thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone for just being so great. For being so great and supporting me and supporting the others. And for enjoying this lovely evening with me. I've really enjoyed it. It won't be the last of them that we see. I can promise you that. It won't be the last of them that we see. We'll definitely have some more in future. We'll definitely have some more. But yes, I think I need to call the stream. I think I need to call the stream here. I need to take some rest. What we're gonna do, we're gonna raid Ash. We're gonna raid Ash. I see him playing some Genshin Impact. We're gonna go say hi to Ash. You can all give him some love. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. We're gonna go say hello to him. And I'm gonna go chill for my evening. Lexi. No. Thank you for being here, Lexi. Thank you for being here. We're gonna have some more fun moving forward. Definitely go read 1984. It's a great read. Go read it. It's now public domain. You can find it online. I don't know where, but I'm sure you can. So go do it. But yes, thank you all so very, very much for just being so fantastic. To me and to everyone. But I've said that enough. I say that more than often enough, to be honest. I'm gonna head off. So yeah, bye-bye everyone. Bye-bye. 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 And as I get this raid started. We're no a wa te bai da wa. We're no a wa te li. And we're no a wa te bai da wa. Will I come back and see ya? Bye bye.